It is time.
It's time.
It's time.
It's time. It's time.
It is time.
It's the Money Show.
The Money Show.
The Money Show. The Money Show.
The Money Show.
Igbo. Let the conversation begin.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Money Show. Igbo. Avambuchuka. Anyapụtago ọzọ ebe aka ọ na-eme. Ndewo ụmụ Igbo ndị ọma, ndị na-edozi obodo, ndị na-eme ọfụma. Anyị abịago ọzọ. Ekene m unu niile, daalụ nụ. Thank you for joining. I'm kene my co-host. Adọrọ nwanne m, keke ime.
Morning. It's another Saturday. Good morning, my beautiful people. Thank you very much.
Priscilla, onye beka anyị. Mere anya.
Good afternoon, good morning. Ekele monye ọwụla nọ ebe a now. Aha m bụ Priscilla Nwadimo, of life. As you come Kelono and welcome you all to this session. Ogadikwa very hot. So biko Gwandi Begi, Gwandi Yadunu. Share the link. Onye ọbụla bata biekwu otu ọ dị ha n'ahụ. Onye ha chọrọ ịnọ taa. Bonding, as in everybody around you. Ndị agha nọ na your beer palo. Everybody ka abịa nụrụ akụkọ and this particular topic we're going to talk about today. In when you care on your own spaces, on your own timeline, or get care na WhatsApp group or any other association I know kind discuss this conversation. Thank you.
If this conversation people not want na discrimination. Kehu na koda ko herself. Ụfọdụ si na marginalization na ọbụrụ discrimination, no marginalization. Nze ba nke ọbụla si na ọ bụ ndị na ngwụcha ya, ansọ na bụ ife na-enye anyị nsogbu. So
biko Chuka, akwemasi na enwe discrimination nwekwa marginalization. So anyị kwuo keta with discrimination. Echi maọbụ some other time down the line, anyị ekwu oke marginalization. I tikọta ya ọnụ, I will reduce the effect of ihe anyị chọrọ ikwufuta n'okwu ndị a. Because discrimination dị nga, onye ọbụla bụ onye Nigeria or onye Igbo or any other tribe na-amarọ si discrimination ya, ọ na-atụ asị ya, no dibere dịkwa eziokwu. But taa, this particular show bụ gịnị maka ọdịmma ndị Igbo. So, anyị ga-ekwu ihe ndị anyị n'obi. Kwuo kwufute otu o tosiri ụgwọ. You understand? Tia the right topic. Chaya na dika gine abacha. We hene mene.
Biko kwugwere ife ahụ ọzọ aya na kwuo ya ka isi. Aya na
maka biko. Aya na like this ka abacha we hene mene.
The truth, nke bụkwa n'eziokwu bụ n'okwu n'otu aka ife adị. Ife akpọrọ ya ka ọ bụ. Because ene ma anya na-ebe anya na the word discrimination. Na the word marginalization. Funa nke marginalization dokwa no ka tell you de. Ọ dịcha ka ife social life, ọ dịcha ka ife social ostracizing people socially. Imago dị ife agụpụ ndị mmadụ, imago menye onye respect, imago a na-eme ife asị na manso. Ọ dịcha ka ihe eji nwaanyị na-eme nye. Ọ ka ọ dị na ntị. Ka m gụkwa ya gọf. O nwekwa o si dị m n'anya. Ọ baro n'ime. Mwisi ka sikwa na this marginalization pugodi obele because nke amanko hama na isi ntu. Ka ije na discrimination because nke mbebe ọ na-abanye onye ọbụla na-arụ. Ife ọbụla na-elu roge bụ discrimination. Onye ọbụla ma ihe discrimination mean. Ono ụda afụ discrimination na obodo anyị abụ Nigeria. Ọ bụ na afụ unu kwukwa o because onye ọbụla ya ekwu ya. Onye ma ejiwe sị ka anyị tinyezie ya ka ọ bụrụzia what is real. Ka onye ọbụla kwuzie nke dị real kwuo ka o si wee dị ya. Ife a nnukwute mkpa mana before anyị aga nyeru biko na achọ nkụ na wata na ife a bụ village square ka anyị nọ. Ife a bụ meeting ndị be anyị ka anyị nọ. Anyị na-ekwu maka ife gbasara anyị. And onye ọbụla nwere right ikwu okwu. Onye ọbụla nwere ikwu the valid. Whoever you are, if ọbụla ị chọrọ ikwu here, the valid. And you are free to participate. So biko join us in this conversation. Achọ ka onye ọbụla bata n'okwu a. Because that's the idea of this conversation. Ka onye ọbụla so na-ekwu okwu. Ọ nkata ka a na-akpa ya, nkata ikwu na ibe. So nala anyị mic ka e wee banye n'okwu anyị na-ekwu. Gwa anyị ife ilu maka ife anụ anyị na-akpa today ka o si wee metụta gị ọ ka isi afụ ya from ebe ị nọ ọ nke ị notice go because ọ na-eme different part of life na Nigeria gbasara ndị Igbo ọ na-eme na ebe ọ na-eme erika mana mma rapụgodi ya for now biko adọra gwagodi anyị rules of engagement because anyị chọrọ ka anyị na-ekwu ife ka anyị nweta some order ka anyị si eme ife so ka anyị gbalụ amalụ our ground rules ngwa gaa n'iru biko.
Thank you so much, Chuka. Nwanne m Nelo, the Igbotic Nelo n'onwe ya.
Yes.
Chrissy nwanne m, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. Then, I'm na-enwe otu ihe sitinye ọnụ n'okwu a today maka unu fu ihe okwu a bụ Igbo discrimination. Anyị ma na okwu gba ọkpụrụkpụ. So, a lot of people enwele things to say about it because ịma na ịchọ itinye ọnụ n'okwu a gbagote na speaker ka ị nala anyị mic ịgbagotekwanụ biko just go straight to the point kwuo nnọọ okwu inwe nye anyị ife niile ekpo n'ọnụ gbasara ya bụ okwu today gbasara ya bụ meeting na today and then agbagotekwa make sure na environment gị adịrọ too noisy amakwa m 19 dị busy but onwe nnọọ ka ihe si limit ye sound na your environment ka the streaming dị very very beautiful because enwekwa ndị so nọrọ na-ege anyị ntị mana YouTube mana Facebook notago then apụta otu anyị esikwakwa nwanne anyị okwu ịma na nzukọ ụmụ nwanne ka anyị nọ biko akpọkwa na anybody ihe akụgodo ọnụ onwe ka ihe esi ma dị njakịrị notago onye n'okwu ya ọmụọ amụ instead of ebe akwa ọ bụla ife ga-atọ ọchị ife ga-akpọdatakwa everybody together ka anyị dị nnọọ respectful among each other ka okwu aga serere and werere abi Chuka maka esi ekwu ya serere na werere anyway thank you so much once again onye amabata na afọ ka mụ nchenino Sachooks Nwama Sakris Sachooks Jesus Sakris Nwama thank you so much for joining us if I afọ nge Daniel na amacha oge ọbụla no Daniel na amacha dabata space na amacha good morning Dr. Jeff afọ bụ Sam Preste ebe ọ dịka ọpụgo Sammy ebe ọbụla nọ nnọọ ji nwa na-achịta azụ biko ma ndị nọcha nnọọ na stealth mode na-ege anyị ntị ma maazị afụchakwa m unu ncheninde Oga Paul good morning welcome ọja ndị Igbo good morning Uncle Henry sinka nke negodi mmadụ mkpụrụ one na one na afọ na screen ma chizara ma afụchakwa m ncheninde thank you everyone gbagote na speaker m unu nwe okwu nchi itinyela anyị n'okwu a ka anyị na ncheninde kpaa ka ụmụnne ma Amarachi hey ama nwanne m afụkwa gị biko anyway ka anyị bidozie Chuka back to you my brother.
Daalụ nne Adora nwanne m ịma na nke gị na-adị special.
As in the thing tọrọ m ezigbo ụtọ like this. O wenye fọrọ
ka o si ebe ndị English na-atọcha m ụtọ
As in but ihe ka m mkpa onye ahụ kwesịrị onye ọbụla kpele onye ọbụla
eziokwu
oletochukwu ihe ahụ and ka ha ọkacha mkpa even though anyị na-akọkarịta ụka nga ka ụmụnne na ụmụnna you understand ọ dị very important na anyị you understand ka ghara ịkparị onwe anyị because ịkparị onwe anyị na-ekwu maka Igbo discrimination gị betikwe mkparị n'elu ya dịzie ka ọzọ ka ọzọ okwu maazi ka anyị na-eme nga ka ogene you know stuff like that so I agree with that. Igbo tik n'elu ịṅụrụ kaita ịṅụrụ mmiri oyi elekọwụ let's know the one now. Welcome, my sister. It's always a pleasure to have you on Spaces.
Nelo, ị ma na ọgụnwa bụkwa analyst anyị nwere n'ụlọ na in-house analyst today. Nwanne anyị nwoke anọrọ ya. Ị ga-ekwugide okwu today. Anyway.
Happier. Ọ dị ready taa.
Ka anyị banye n'okwu a. Achọrọ m ikwu too much because na achọrọ m ka ọ bụrụ ikwu na ibe na-ekwu okwu a mana let me just say a few things. Ịmago a na-asị na ndị Igbo na-ekwu okwu too much na ndị Igbo na-complain too much and achọrọ m ka anyị mata na eziokwu na ọ na-afụ ụfụ ma ọ bụ na ị na-eme mmadụ ife ọ na-ekwusi okwu ike ọ na-afụ ụfụ so ihe ga na anyị na-ajụ onwe m sometimes bụ anyị na-ekwukwa na ife anụ na-eme nwe ka o si emetụta change n'ife anyị na-aga through anyị marọ m mana ọ dị mma ka anyị mara ife na-eme what ya very very well and nwekwanụ ka o si wee luo oge onye obodo ọzọ bịa meet gị ọ gị na-akpa nkata ọsị gị ekike how are you being discriminated against or how are you being marginalized ịgbakwa n'ife ya agwụ ya because sometimes ndị agha ghọtara ife na-aga ebe ahụ mgbe okpuru ka a na-agba anyị Although sometimes so obvious, although direct. Man, in the figures, statistics, ETM. Can you an example? Okay, I cover quite different areas. Can just buy na government. Can be done a government. Imana since Ekele Nigeria till time again eba. And then we be one. Na chianyi. Imana na sin enwe ofu. I will go one president. If we're theoretically, and then we'll go one president. But he wasn't the head of state. Somebody else was in charge. So only watching about Nigeria since they created Boboda. That alone is a travesty. You see about Tabasia. Nanya na parasitas, if I not federal parasitas, if I not MDAs, ministry, department, and agencies. A Joe Wegi Ubolone na anu afa ndi Igbo na these places. On dating in a high place in these places. Ubolone na anu ya. Kind of go down na some major parts of it. Nanya na NNPC. Since 1977 till today, so fuonye aga onye Igbo. Maka na osi ani ocha bebia Ibekachu onye Delta State. So fuonye bo onye bulugolu MD of NNPC. So fuonye NNPC the na southern Nigeria. That's okay, never in that way. Opota na nwere onye the qualified bụ onye Igbo since 1977 till now. Opota na nwere ndị Igbo gụrụ akwụkwọ in the field ekwesị iji wee rọpụta onye a ga-etinye ebe anwa since 1977 till now. N'anya na Central Bank, same thing since 1968 or so, or 64 till date. Soso ofu onye out of 12 appointments. Soso ofu onye ka emegolu Governor of Central Bank bụ onye banyị onye Igbo. That is Charles Soludo. N'anya ka anyị banye na military. Enwe ebe a na-akpọ Chief of Army Staff, nwe Chief of Naval Staff, nwe Chief of Air Staff. Onye kwanụ ka ị na-akụ bụ onye Igbo. Then ka anyị kụzie n'isi ya Chief of Defense Staff since 1980 till 2024. Sọsọ ofu onye Igbo ka emegolu Chief of Defense Staff. That is Paul Dike in 2008 under Jonathan. N'anya na police since the 60s till today, Emega appoints so many police, inspector generals of police. So Fuonye Onovo, so Fuonye Bonye Megolu, inspector general of police, Bonye Bani. So now just opotalo nemoronye rise golu na rank na police or army or navy or air force or any of these places if they qualified. Konwolokesi abolu ga ga-emezi onye ahụ ife anwa agụpịa n'akụkụ ọkwapịa n'akụkụ na-ajụ ọ bụ nọ ife na-eme kedu ife bụ dị nsogbu ndị a kedu ife bụ the problem kedu ife na-atụfu ụjọ ka a na-atụ ka kedu ife ọ bụ because it will make your sense in any way. Ka isi godi na gọọmenti pụta jee education for a child to qualify for a national exam cut-off mark a na-enye ndị nọ na be anyị bịazịa dị iche na nke a na-enye ndị nọ n'ebe ndị ọzọ. Nke anyị bụ the highest. Ka ihe esi n'anya ebe ndị mmadụ nọ isi na ndị nke a na-agụ akwụkwọ ọfụma ndị nke a da-agụ akwụkwọ ọfụma. The North don't enroll a lot. Whose fault is it? Ọ bụrụ na anyị mere nụ anyị nwa na-agụ akwụkwọ isizi maka na anyị na-agụ akwụkwọ na anyị enye anyị higher cut-off mark to qualify for the same thing onye ọbụla ga-ede n'akwụkwọ. Then after all that onye ọbụla ga-abatakwa na the same playing field. So what it means is that open end where 1 million children per se enroll. A bunye cut-off mark to whatever bunia, or no more than 3 times if it's in an intended not. It reduces go number of market qualifying.
Nice 3 times.
And can just dig your belly and then the extremely nice. If so each way reduce mmadụ ne ga qualify nwụpụta na exam anwa ka ọ ghara ịdịka ndị agbanarịgo unu onye jikwa n'unu who is holding those other regions from investing in education. The reason is simple. Their system is only sustained properly when the majority are not educated and when they're kept in poverty. Because the more people know, the more they demand from their rulers and their leaders. It's simple. Man, I don't want to run that kind of system. I believe in empowerment. The funny part of this thing is that it wasn't like this before. One day I couldn't say, I get developed in the buying. As at 1920, 1910, I had that. But one day, people, a group of Ndi Igbo, they come on again now. They are together. Say, can I buy? Can I do the buy? Can I yell on the buy? Or maybe invest in education and other things, skill development, skill acquisition. If I know my friend, Ndi Igbo Binigo, which means Nandi also make qualify mellow. They will get the same results. The Southwest made the same thing. On your bonama, capacity free education on their own side. Net the results. So anyị na-adọchi ya ndị azụ ka ọfa na-adọchi ya anyị azụ ọkọ anyị ga-ekwuzi unu ga-ekwuzi fa ga-ekwukwutu onye ọbụla tinyezi ọnụ na ya mgbe sị ka anyị nekwuru anya na nke ọzọ bụrụ nke a bụ nke ndị gbara etinye anya na ya nnukwu because creating more states in Nigeria has not helped us but nke bụ eziokwu bụ na inye ife dịkwana ikwu mmadụ ka ibe mma ife dị nneka mma dịkwana ngozi mma inyelu southwest nye southeast south nye south north central nye northeast nye northwest bezie na nke ndị Igbo nye ha only 5 states while others have 6 one has 7 what this means is that ọ bụrụ na enwee ife ọ bụla ekwesịrị allocate to the states na Nigeria only 5 portions ga-abịa na southeast while 6 goes to most other states Delta nwelo Niger Delta nwelo South nwelo Edo Delta Cross River, Rivers, Bayelsa State, and Akwa Ibom. The Southwest Nkefa, Lagos, Oyo State, Ekiti State, Osun State, Ondo State, right? But if you want to decide in Kenya, because how will their own? Now, if Patagena House of Assembly, they decide the Kaya see where China, because I don't know how many states even will get decided how many people represent in the states now. Because I know constituency, so I went less. So now if I don't want to draw just simple, all the political, all the strategic, all in different areas. It's okay, but na business. Eba kono where success if you need. They more not complain. Na Nigeria befa Nigeria alone. Actually dominated their city. They want to take over their town, whatever. Now we are buying up all the lands in their city without asking themselves the real question: why are these people bent on coming here to do business? Were they always like this? No. We have the biggest markets in Nigeria. As at 1970, we're in the southeast, Aba area and on the Jamaican market. And you see from different parts of West Africa, what happened? They cut off all the routes. It's a good bataife. Short to Safa down. Going over to Lagos. All found in charge of the government. So it was easy for them to do. So, if any money get one, when I get each of these wafia now, we get bedding service in Butafia again. Ijezi nso ebe a fụ na ọ kakwalụ gị mma n'imepe shop ebe a ka elebezi ebe ahụ elebe n'ebe ahụ onye chọrọ ime manufacturing ọ jụọ onwe ka ebe m ga-esi gote ife m meji wee na-emekwa manufacturing na the materials ọ tekwara n'aka ma ọ bụ na ndobe ya na-aba ọ ndobe ya n'Enugu when ebe si na Lagos ebute ya nje nso Lagos ọ ga-adịkwalụ m izia setizia up my factory ebe ahụ elụbazi ife m na-alụ so manufacturing emekwa the same thing onye na-emekwa retail business onye na-eme retail level the same thing ọ jụọ onwe ka ogike ụnụ ya custom before we bulgidi ife a wee si na Lagos buru ya bulgidi ya bulu ya Abakaliki ọ bulu ya Enugu ndị polisi wee napụsị ya megona ga-anapụ m n'ụzọ amadị ma ọ ga-elu du ebe ọ na-eje because enwere ike inwe accident all those things you check the cost si ka ndị mepegoro ife anụ na Lagos ebe ahụ ọ ga-abalụ m uru otu aka isi enwe afịa everywhere ndị bekwa na-abịa ka fa zụọ afịa mee other things a ga-amụrụ ụmụaka na ụmụaka ga-eje school now a ga-eyi akwa ka ebe a ga-esigote akwa fa ga-eyi mmadụ ga-ele akwa afa ga-eyi so ndị ga-elekwa afịa ga-abịakwa ebe a bịakwa lekwa akwa afa ga-eli nri ọnụ ndị ga-elekwa ndị fa ga-eli this is how people migrate it's so simple so anytime anybody is complaining about these things na-ajụ onye ọ na-echekwa uche ọ na-ajụkwa onwe ya ajụjụ because this is the reason why we are moving around the way we are. I'm not saying that we never travel, but this is the basic. I'm just talking about the basics. I'm not one never give the technicalities. So, second again, if I am discrimination of Igbos or the real or the real, or not the real to you, but was there goes where the real kiki si free. Kerebo se method, kerebo se method ndema, keko se method ndeba Igbo from your own perspective. Keki si free fire. If all kind of I got to talk on what I got for now about discrimination because it has any now. I capture under one word. I have talking vocabulary also.
It's not in your head. It is real. Is yoku. You need outline and no. But is yoku. I want to feel every day. I know every day. apart from na akpọlia ma ndị aghachi itinye under marginalization, the discrimination is real, and if I go mentally n'ime a lot of Nigerians, and it's so unfair because kedu ihe nwa bụ ihe nwa ndị Igbo mere, kedu ya bụ ke ihe ọnọ, kedu kene ihe dị ihe nwa ebe o si afọ chacha ma ofu bụ epụtazie that same discrimination bịadịkwa etched in the minds of ndị Igbo n'onwe fa. Mago onye pass go through some level of trauma, bịadizie used to that trauma, yotago weluzie na-elive onye my mom na bịadizie ka ọnụ akọli. Hey, yeah, the thing na agbawa obi. But I like all the things they outline go. It is real. It is very, very broad daylight. I na afu ya anya steady. Man, okay, kai well go there. Ndị anyị nwa na-experience in person. Yotago, apart from the systemic ones I narrate keta. Onye ọbụla man, onwego ebe ije seek for business deals or partnerships or ije chọọlụ. I just to discriminate here against you just because na afa gị bụ afa Igbo. Even my husband at some point, even na Uniport he had to change his state from Imo State to River State just to get into medical school. Why? Discrimination. Because all Jego from Unilag, Adria na Unilag, even though he sat for the exam, first on the list, best student in that exam for medical school. Still, area any kedifana what is their internship training. Area why no Igbo. What I go see a J Uniben, the same thing. Mrs. Ye where Nabata Uniport. Uniport comment as a Nachetakwa as his internship. So Kairap we are in it is real. It is real, and we all experience it, even if in our little minor corners and in our daily endeavors in Nigeria. Thank you again, Chuka, for okwu gị. Priscilla, nwanne m, ọ bụ na ọ nwee ihe iche itinye n'okwu a, biko tinye ọnụ gị na ya ka anyị move mic ọsịsọ na ọ na-adịba anyị ọsịsọ.
Well, in between Ife Chuka kwuru na ihe kwuru right now, right? I think you pretty much covered it. Ihe na-ewe m iwe na this matter bụ na the discrimination and then all this time emela to become very strong. Mana, even that strength is still a problem. And look at now. As soon as you become an Igbo child, you already know that you have to study and study very hard. Now, I study a very high cutoff mark. Garo school. Because you are not from here, you cannot do this. Because you are not from here, you cannot do this. Because I'm not from here, I for no write the exam because I don't understand. You understand? I'm not gonna am I even welcome here? And one hand, you see a chorokandi buanila. In another hand, you see you do different kind of actions that don't make them feel welcome. And since we are saying real things here, no need to paint all this matter. No need to butter it up. The fact, Buna, agwo no nakreka. And the earlier we admit that it is true. I know we've had a lot of adaptation methods. If I na try me say makandi na kaharese. Ihene maybe. When going on a one state, mada agwamsi maki wonyibo gezwi shigi. Why? Are you more Nigerian than me? Shobakarage. In our we are. The maga another region. The same thing. Iwu onye eba, iwu onye Igbo. Guess where ishigi. In fact, ndị ga-apụzọ gwa gị here ụmụ Igbo ndị kege, and you can't even blame them because ha marala ihe jiri anya ha hụ na that place. Constitution na-ekwu ihe ọjọọ. Culture na-ekwu ihe ọzọ. Activity na-ekwu ihe ọzọ. Norms na-ekwu ihe ọzọ. But at the end of the day, ihe na-emebi. Onye ara awụla gafere ga-eji ndị Igbo na-akpa ike ọjọọ. It has to stop, but I happy good day. Can do also be n'uche. Now, I know here. All we was to acknowledge the discrimination. I know that there are other actions that have emanated from, this discrimination that we have all identified. Or we have all those extra action, all the discrimination itself. Chukawase, Adhorawase, Okay, and those only agenda, those are iji this place now. Be our agenda also. We adikwa agenda be adikunga. We are here to talk about our challenges. Confirm and acknowledge the discrimination. And Mobruna, I would love to hear from you. And yes, umunem batawa no batain kan kata kan kuka. Kuka the uncle, kuka the hot. And that being said, Chuka, should I share the mic around?
Let me just do a little. Let me just explain a few things. You're welcome to the MONI show. MONI, Maka Ọdịmma Ndị Igbo, is an acronym for Maka Ọdịmma Ndị Igbo. So MONI. Oboroigo. You gotta go. If I were buying a beer, this is where we just come together to share ideas, rub minds, look at our problems together, and then find real solutions, viable solutions to our collective problems. Because I bundi nimwela konuche. I bundi choro ganiru. So we might as well come together and figure it out together, and then marshal out plans and actions on how to solve it. So if I can discuss about anything we come here to discuss, first of all, is to identify the problem. Because you can't solve a problem you have not thoroughly understood. So I what is the problem? And you see K5 measure. I get chambers in there. Because so what are we going to do on our own? What are we going to do about it? I get from here. Then I move it here. And where I get or Sunday na church na came all over this swinging from within us. Ndị otu anyị, ndị nke anyị, ndị be anyị, ụmụnne anyị, sokwa eme ife. Then it is about where Jobaze ka ife anyị ga-emezi, ka anyị ga-esi mee ya on our own. How much can we do? So ka anyị bidogo from ebe nsogbu nọ, wee gbagotebezi ya. So if I can see we can kọwaa ya etu a, kọwaa ya ka anyị bịa ebe akwa, because we are not victims. We are not playing victims. We are talking about our reality that affects us every day. Onye Igbo na-achọ ime business, ọ na-eche ihe na ọ ga-eche. Ka ọ ga-esi wee deal with the custom. Ka we deal with the police. The police nọ na Igbo, ka the police nọ na every other region by far na roadblock. Ka ife eji eme like that, ka e wee nwee ike ịnakọta ha more money. So ife a na-eme na iche gị ya ichebe ha niile isi ga-awa gị. So mana ka nrapụgodi ka ndị ọzọ wee soro n'okwu a wee kwuo nke fa na afụ anya nwa ada afụ.
Anyị nwa m nọ ga-amasị anyị ga-eji akọ n'uche anyị mee ha na-eme nga. Adịghị nwatakịrị nọ here.
Oh yes.
Adịghị nwatakịrị nọ nga.
Mba, adịghị nwatakịrị nọ nga.
Hapụ maka na ị ga-akwụ ụgwọ consultancy ya gịnị.
I enjoy that so much. But I got near Rubiko na time I draw the before I might even again on 10:30.
The first person, only symbol
Daniel.
Yes, please, Daniel.
Only symbol.
Daniel. Daniel.
Paul Puluzo.
Yeah, I was the first to raise
That's
my
true.
hand.
Mazi Buzo when you no Daniel Buzo Bogote, but
So kezin ke gabun ke buzo ga onye buzo when I can ko onye buzo we Bogota.
Only Puluzo when you
jam. Kamazi Daniel.
Okay.
Manam brand person. Una tatie Sunday ebi no ebi na this house.
Ngwa Daniel biko when did Paul ngwa ga niru.
Chuka send with a mic abeg. Onanga he make no myself natural panelist, permanent panelist. Onanga he make on downstairs he make.
All right, like I need to move on. Because anybody but just minimize your time, maximize your time, be precise, get straight to the point. Forget about
Let's just proceed because of time. I greet everyone on this space. Anywhere I see, Igbo, I often get very much interested because it speaks to the core of who I am. But before we go further with the conversation, I felt like the host, or let's leave it for the host. If you could just use like 2-3 minutes to tell us who the Igbos are. Yeah, we might feel like we know, we might think that everybody knows. But if you say that this is for Igbo interests, who are the Igbos that we're talking about here? So that further conversations will be able to map out and know if we're actually in line or we're not in line. Because this is the same mistake that a particular group, have been making over the years, whereby they say it's for the Igbos, but it appears as though they don't even know who the Igbos are. So I think it's going to do us good if we can identify in 2-3 minutes who the Igbos are, so that we know the sphere that we're covering here.
Okay, let me respond to that. Actually, I've been in a follow from the beginning. This was the first conversation we had. We have discussed this already. That was the debut show. And and we exhausted it. We went deep into it.
Was it today? Was it today or previous?
I'm talking about the previous weeks. So
okay.
I na-aga n'usoro. I don't know if I do emere etu anwa ka ọ ghara ịbụ ekwube because if I na-ekwu now, ọ bụrụ na anyị kwuru ife a kịta, next week anyị sị ka anyị discuss akụruo ụlọ. Ifu na ndị mmadụ ga-ekwubezi na discrimination na-ebe ihe na-akwụsị anyị ime invest na Igbo. So I sị ka anyị bụ to touch go that part, take care of it first. So at eluzie na nke a kwuruo ụlọ, nwere ọzọ onye ga-enwe excuse. Anyị na-achị azụ, but since you brought up the concern, I would like you to start with that. Take 1 minute. Tell us what you think. Then the
Oh, what I think. Okay. What I think or what I understand to be the Igbos are those who have, in fact, I would say in the simplest term, those who speak Bia, irrespective of whether they are in the 5 core Igbo speaking states or not. I think we can see what's happening in recent weeks, whereby a lot of Igbo communities are identified, even in places like Kogi, in places like Edo, in places like Delta, and even in rivers. So I believe that the Igbos are those who, at the core of their very dialect, it doesn't matter which. I mean, at the core of their very language, it doesn't matter the dialectical differences. You can hear words like Bia, and they have similar culture, and traditions that actually bind them together. So every single word might not be specific, but you can trace that each of these communities, indigenous communities, have a set of cultural value system and practices that are the same across board. So that's my basic understanding of it. There could be other areas as well.
Okay, go ahead with your submission, Dan.
I wanted to, I wasn't at the last one. I was invited to this one by Chuka, so I felt that it was not clarified. So I would like to also take a sit back, listen, and then before coming again.
Okay.
So the next person.
Okay, dialogue so much. Adora, kedu onye bụ next? I got you.
Thank you so much, Mazi. Our next speaker is Daniel. Daniel, nala mic biko nwanne m ọbụna ị ebe a. Daniel, yeah? Okay.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Daniel, I can give another microphone. What can give ezigbote microphone the powerful? I don't get it. I went on no go from America. I don't get this raw. I need to itinye Kenya. Can you get some powers?
Well, okay. Good evening,
all
everyone. Right. Well, going to the conversation. Igbo discrimination. I think no if they go came war. Makano ọmalite maka na ọ dị ka ga-asị na ndị Igbo na-agba mbọ karịa. So ị na-agba mbọ, ị bụrụ onye na-agba mbọ anya ụfụ na-adị. And ọ bụrụ sọsọ ndị Igbo ka ọ na-emetụta. N'anya na other parts of the world. Ebe ọ dị ka ga-asị na enwe ndị na-agba mbọ karịsịa. And they have the same set of discrimination. But if you encourage you, I can't job and I can be in a third world country, na sub-Saharan Africa. So ebe ndị mmadụ na-adịbe enlightened. So kama ihe n'anya ka ihe si wee compete. Kama ị ga-afụ onye ka gị mma so onye ga-enye gị aka ka iwe gaa n'iru. If you as onye na Babugi onye na-achị na alụ gị nke nwalụ. And then again, bad leadership. So Igbo discrimination, ọ bụrụ ife a na-adịnarị, even ma ndị na-eme ya maka na eziokwu ka ọ bụ. Mana eji ewepụ na ezi ndị Igbo. You understand? No, eji ya wee na-eme ka inwe ike wee nọtụ nwayọ. Mana I'm like it well na that discrimination. Maka na n'anya ọ bụrụ sọsọ anyị nwa bụ ife ọ na-eme. And eziokwu na asị na experience is the best teacher, mana sometimes nke na-ekwa n'ife mere onye ọzọ eji ya wee mara ife wee mụlụ akụ. Mụnwego ndị ọzọ ụdị ife a melụ nwee ka ha si wee ha nụlụọ ya. Mere nji wee na-ajụ anyị nwa bụ ndị Igbo maalụ n'ụdị ife a na-eme anyị, kedu ka anyị si wee na-akpa agwa, kedu ka anyị si wee na-eme. weda ma ikwu maka Igbo presidency dịka ụfọdụ na-ada like ikwu ma ị na-ekwu maka na ife gbasara ụfọdụ ife eji edozi obodo bụ infrastructure kwesịrị na be anyị adịrọ, ma ọ bụkwa na ụmụ ihe anya dị iche iche dịka nke host to highlight dịka ịgbago score maybe into higher institution ma unity school na ife ndị ọzọ dị anya ma bekee gbasara ịrụ ọrụ oyibo na Naịjirịa ma ọrụ gọọmenti. Fancha niile bụ eziokwu, mana ọ bụ na ọ dị echekwa m na enwe ebe anyị onwe anyị bụ ndị Igbo si wee na-eri mperi, maka na ọ bụrụ na anyị dị maybe 30 million people, o gosi na anyị bara ụba, o gosikwa na nwa okwefere menụ ka mmadụ tinye anyị na pọs, mana sometimes anyị na-eme ka a ga-asị na anyị chọrọ ka a na-etinye anyị na pọs. First and foremost, site n'akụkụ ndị na-achị anyị kpọrọ nwefa ndị Igbo, anyị sokwa ebe a kwabewe ebe eso wee na-enwe that discrimination ma marginalization, maka na onye ọbụla onye na-represent gị ọ bụrụ na ọ machara ife ọma nkwuchite nwa ụgwọ ọnụ gị. So ebe a bụ problem anyị nwere, and that's a major problem because some of these things anyị na-ekwu ụfọdụ n'ime ha adịgo kemgbe, mana anyị adịghị ekwu nwa okwu isi ife a na-eme na ọ dịrọkwanụ mma na ya ma ntolerate ya. You understand? Anyị bịa na-ekwu egwu na-ekwu ka ndị ịmago onye eji n'ala, like you speak like the weak, you don't speak like someone who have strength. And if you na-ebe a ka ebe anyị si wee na-enwe mperi. O nwere ife mere anyị few months ago. Ọ na-abụ nnada eji ya wee na-ama atụ sị na anyị na-ekwukwa na ihe anyị na-ekwu discrimination na marginalization kwa ebe anyị si wee na-eri mperi ọfụma. A mere election last year, mgbe emesịrị before eme election enwe ndị si na ha ga-egosi ndị Igbo example ma ndị ga-atụ vote a na-achọrọ na be ha. So during the course of this election, egburu ndị be anyị, tens of them ka egbu na Lagos, ka egbusi ifa ruo tata mụ na gị nọ anyị amara afa majority of us nọ na space a kịta onwere gasị ga-echeta nọ mmadụ 10 ka mmadụ 12 ka egbu. Understand? Nke a bụrụ sọsọ discrimination because life have been lost, properties have been lost. You understand? Breadwinners have been killed, family members egbugofa. So ndị agha nwụgo ha nago ka ife anyị melụ, we moved on. Onwere ife ọ bụ. You understand? Anyị akwanwụrụ ọfa, anyị enyenwụrụ ha befitting burial. We did not even do any memorial for them. Enwere discrimination ụka nke a karịa nke ị na-eme onwe gị. You understand? Egbu na-enwe ka esi wee na-anọ na space a kịta na-asị kpam na egburu mmadụ na Jos echi kịta ma ọ na-egbu mmadụ na Plateau ebe ahụ na-akpọrọ afa. Ndị be anyị ga-ebi ya n'isi, bukarịa ya n'isi tụkọsie ego ka anyị esi wee ke ndị a rescue. Ma ndị a bụ ndị Igbo egbu na Lagos ka anyị si wee handle ha. Anyị enwetanwude ha afa ha si okay, let's do a memorial for these people. Ka ya print go afa ha somewhere ka eji wee cheta na mbosi do na arọ do na egbulu ndị be anyị maka na ha si na ha ga-apụta participate ya na election. So ebe a ka ebe ọsọ anyị si wee na-eri mperi. You understand? Because mụ na like a na-ekwu ihe ka a na-ekwukwa maka solution because ọ ga-aka dị mma because ama nọzi na-ekwu ma ike marginalization akwụkwọ m ihe ndịzi after kịta bụ kedu ka anyị ga-eme to challenge it. You understand? Onye bịa kịta bịa discriminate ya gị, ị ga-arapụ ya ka ọ gaa free. You understand? Ka afọ ka ụdị onye bụ ya. You get? Ofu oke na ngwere pụta ọkọ ọgọ ọnụ, ọ bụ ọgọ ọnụ, ọkọ ife ọbụla ọ chọrọ ka ọ kọsịa ya, ọ pụọ ọ na-alụ onwe ya because na enwere any sort of repercussion. You understand? Ụfọdụ sometimes ndị be anyị na-eme unity beggar because na ịchọrọ ihe ka afọ gị na ịdị different na ịdị politically correct. Ụmụada ma abụọ mee unity beggar na eje for political correctness. You understand? Anyị ncha niile bịara ụwa and anyị ncha niile ga-anwụ. You understand? Ife dị na ihe dị n'ụwa bụ na ebi ụwa ịgba mbọ dịka mmadụ mee ife kwesịrị ime dịka mmadụ. Anyị na-eme some of those things mana ebiazie anyị jikwala aka anyị na-eri mperi. You get? So discrimination mana discrimination nke anyị na-emekwa onwe anyị na-enye bụkwa another moral na-emekwa ndị a na-eme discrimination ji wee na-eme. You understand? So ọ ka uche anyị dị ya. Yes, ọ na-adị mma ihe ikuku ya mgbe ị ga-eji ya wee nwee advantage maybe in election na this a na-marginalize anyị, a na-emekwa anyị nka jiri ya as a point. Mana at the same time, mgbe ọ ga-abụ olu na ịpụta n'isi dị anyị na imeli ihe mana man tolerate ya. The same ọ ga-abụ ọ bụ nọ na your family, ọ bụ na mmadụ nwe ka o si akpali gị ma ọ na-ebuli gị, ịnọkọtakwanụ fight ya back, challenge onye a. Challenge abụrụ na ị ga-eje gbuo onye a, enwere certain things ị ga-eme, ebuli ya, kwụsị ibuli gị. You understand? Mana ọ bụrụzi na a na-ebuli anyị na-eme all those things, anyị na-anagide ya anyị atọzie aghọzie zombi mgbe ọbụla sọsọ ị nọbụ ịnagide nke ọbụla ya akwale gị gaa n'iru ịgaba, akwale gị gaa n'azụ ịgaba. You understand? So o kwesịkwa ka anyị nwa bụ ndị Igbo kpolie ya n'ọnụ si a na-emegbu anyị, mana ka a na-emegbu anyị kedu ife anyị nwa bụ ndị man a na-egbu anyị, kedu ife anyị ga-eme to defend ourselves. Onye mere ọ na-abụ sometimes mbịa weta aka ndị Juu asị gị anyị bịa na-asị ndị Juu enwere ife anyị kwesịrị ịmụta because we share a whole lot in common. Enwere onye dere akwụkwọ I think not the Jews and the Igbos ka describe as kezi ya na akpe ya middlemen minority. I think mgbe one day Professor Pat Utomi kwuru ihe na Center for Memories. You understand? See, we all belong to this category. In short, after the Jews, ndị Igbo, and then one other tribe, I think somewhere, a Muslim country or either Africa or Middle East, we all belong to this category. But then we find those on them, they have strived to become politically relevant. But as at today, we are politically irrelevant. Agụmakwụkwọ anyị niile
Daniel, ọ bụ na mma abatago just 1 second.
Biko, chelu ka round up, please. I don't like interjection. Just if you want, just give me a sign. You understand? So, it's very important. Now, I brief, especially for the young generation. I'm sometimes in or they can buy into no Jew because or maybe after effect or aftermath of the Civil War. But I'm after the Civil War. Imago, I just say in see fine and in see fine you compare a man na even continue July continue. You understand? So we must strive to become politically relevant. So that Kega Bala Yulu, Kagumakwa Bala Yulu, Kan Jenny Naine, Bala Yulu. Not the Katata, only Jew, maybe only Jew, I say anti-Semitism. Also, good enough, also like Malia. It will become a global or a global topic, and there must be repercussion. So the same way in Nigeria, because someone boy across the world, listen, Kayaka good is also in Nigeria. Oge Lugum Boga Abuna. Oye Doga Kananti, Bogwalia. Oye Pade Age, Boatakwalia. You understand? So long as Abuno uses in our Chuku, don't be the first to discriminate against anybody. But Abuna Mad Megia. At short, I'm up for it. You are not going to go scot-free. You get? Because I believe that as a bully you get too much. You must bully back. You must fight back. And when you start fighting back, on your abuna, it would not on ya. On your nada Google before or Google because on manner may if a na drama there will be consequences. So henceforth, I'm appealing and calling on each and every one of us to begin to seek for consequences. And consequences must not necessarily be fighting back. Just like Ones we bondi by in Lagos. I with a laugh and tension in it, you have a fitting barrier, maybe no gumon nowhere. Web 10 or one place. To say mount or something about Prince Yafa. Next election, Oyam actually made that thing as in na melody yao. Imaraku na plan na this next election. This time around, how get you retaliate here? You understand? So I'm just saying it. I'm not saying going up that they work. Come on, no. I'm just giving instances about a rimpe. And you are seeking for that Igbo progress. You must start doing what other people have done to become relevant, to avoid being annihilated. Because you must stand your ground, fight, because life is all about survival. Thank you very much.
Dalo so much, Daniel. This is so profound. If people are maka, get on your next person to talk. Can I move fast? Time like Priscilla.
Okay, the next person, Gane, will Paul, followed by I think Uchenna. Can you have those two people first before Ainga, move on? So we don't forget. I think the next person after Uchenna will crypto blocker before Akokaria. So because mobile nature is so no request for the mic and come join up. Thank you. So Paul, you have the floor.
Daalụnụ ndị be anyị kenekwa m unu. Afọ m bụ Paul and okwu m ga-adị nke. Akọwa akụkọ discrimination like o wegasị ife
Let's go on.
the host kwuru. Okay, o wegasịrị ife the host kwuru oge ọ na-ebido this space. Nwekwa ife Daniel, the last speaker, kwuru, and I want to draw a line from what the host said and also from what Daniel said, Mr. Daniel said. Equal discrimination, we have to start from within us. All the very important. The discrimination I name among us weakens us from inside and makes us more vulnerable to the discrimination we receive from outside us. It exposes us to the outside discrimination. Take for instance, okay, today we Ncheta Onwo Nnamdi Azikiwe. How many of our Igbo leaders, how many governors, how many current political leaders in Igbo land spoke about this man today? That that the whole world, everybody is talking about the commemoration of the death of this man, Nnamdi Azikiwe, who was the first Nigerian president in the First Republic. How many of our prominent Igbo leaders spoke about it today? None. The discrimination we do among ourselves weakens us and makes us vulnerable to the discrimination we get from outside. But for any day, ana akụkọ Awolowo, for instance, for ndị Yoruba ni na-agbakọ na-akọ akụkọ that man. That is their strength. And tomorrow we come to say we are being discriminated against. How have we treated ourselves? The host spoke about Kurokubaka, political power, how the Igbos have been discriminated and kept aside, sidelined in the course of distributing political powers. I want to ask, in the Igbo political powers from back in the day until today, what has been their contribution to the growth of an Igbo? How have they driven development and growth in an Igbo? Let's forget about people like Michael Okpara and some other big heads. The current leaders that we've had, Igbo leaders we've had within the past 20 years, what have been their stamp in the growth and development of an Igbo? How many of them? Let's talk about Chukwuma, because you made mention of him, CBN governor. What is his legacy that we are going to say has benefited the Igbos as a people during and after his stay as Central Bank governor and now as Anambra State governor? What is the stamp he's leaving as an Igbo leader? And talk about so many others. Are you going to talk about the Kanos of Abia State or the Namanis of Enugu State? Which of them, our current leaders, which of them are we going to say have contributed to the growth and development of Igbo? We are talking about intrinsic and palpable growth and development, things that people can see, things that people can touch, things that people can feel, not just Akukajambele and Anunanti. You know, so these are the issues. When we want to talk about this discrimination, we start from within us. Let's talk about us first before we are talking about how others have treated us. Let's talk about how we have treated ourselves. How well, how good have we treated ourselves as Igbo? How well have we treated ourselves as Igbo to deserve being treated well? Because I see that now charity begins at home, and you can't give what you don't have. It is what if we have treated ourselves well, we can demand from other people. But when we have not treated ourselves well, how do we expect others to treat us? So these are the issues. These are issues that have been that are existing among us as Igbos, and these are they happen every day. You will see the Anambra man speaking ill of the Ebonyi statesman. You will see the Enugu statesman speaking ill of the Abia statesman, and so on, and it goes around that way. How have we treated ourselves as Igbo to start with? How well have we treated ourselves as Igbo to deserve or to demand that other people treat us without discrimination? How well have we treated ourselves? Let us go back and ask ourselves, because most of us here are people that have platforms, that have the voice, that have other that have other political platforms as well. How, in your own capacity, how have you contributed to the growth and development of Igbo? How? What if today you are not there? What are we going to say that you have done for an Igbo? What are we going to say tomorrow if you are vying for an office, a political office, a leadership office within an Igbo? What are we going to hold on to say this is what we have known this person for over time, and this is what we know that he can do for us as a people? This is where the change begins. It begins. Thank you very much. It begins from within us. Thank you very much. I end my speech. Thank you for listening.
Paul, thank you so much, my brother, for your contribution. Okwu gị amaka nnọọ, ma okwu Daniel ukwu. So onwe ihe anyị ga-eme before anyị ebido wepụta isiokwu nnọọ. Anyị aplanchago to this show ga-esi wee flow, and nkọtụọ into your submission, because naturally broaden the scope of ihe na-ekwu to help people get a little more expression. You want to go from the discussion, from this topic and so biko onye na-ekwu nkọtụọ into you oburo to be disrespectful. It's just simply to broaden the discussion, because don't feel offended, and please follow accordingly, and just help us follow suit with any question on Choejoge. Thank you very much. Then Paul and Daniel Kukwa, something like this before now. Something about otu anyị nwa bụ ndị Igbo si treat you onwe. And I feel like Paul quite the same thing. Unu moge Chukanyecha is a prelude to this discussion. We mentioned about how, apart from ọnụ akọgolo anyị akọ in the society, anyị nwa bụ ndị Igbo pụtakwu bịa buluzie ọnụ a akọrọ anyị, and we've believed it so much that we've carried it on around in our discussions and our dealings with each other. So saying things like na ndị Igbo afụrụ onwe fa n'anya, or na ndị Igbo na-emegbute onwe fa, or na ndị Igbo adịrọ politically relevant, is actually ọnụ akọrọ anyị ka ị na-embody unknowingly. I'll honestly like to point this out and bring our attention to this, so that each and every one of us, the more we speak, because our words are very powerful, the more we speak, we need to be very cognizant of what we are saying with our own mouths. Because saying that ndị Igbo are politically relevant is wrong. It is false, because check here before anybody win anything na Nigeria anwa. O tinyekwa na ara Igbo egwu change elia. Ọbụna ọkpọtara afa ndị Igbo, his campaign might just end up being as basic and regular. They never really have anything to throw up. They never really bring anything relevant to the table until Faitubanya afa ndị Igbo in that mix. If you ask me, that is the biggest political power ever. So I could say things like, how do we harness this political power and leverage it for our own benefit? That will be very much understandable than a blanket statement such as Nandi Igbo are politically relevant. I refuse, and Achorum, for the purpose of this platform, ka I carry on with that narrative. Number two, ikwu na ndị Igbo kedu ka anyị nwasi etriti onwe anyị. Nwanne m Paul hapụchakwa ya agwa gị n'ilo. Ọkwa ife onwere onye ọbụla nọ n'ụwa as human beings, ifu ihe na-eme na be ndị ọzọ, ịma na ndị Igbo na-enwefu onwe fa n'anya. Na-afụrụ onwe anyị n'anya, anyị agha build nwa ụdị igwe bụ ike I build go so far. Ụdị collective name and collective social capital anyị nwe as ndị Igbo. Anyị agha enwe ya by now. The whole basis of nwa boy is because na ndị Igbo fụ onwe fa n'anya, and ndị Igbo ada like ịra nwanne fa. Ngotago? So ihe a ị na-ekwu kịta bụ ọnụ akọgolo anyị akọ that has come to live in our subconscious, and we've continued to carry it on. Our parents, nna nna anyị fakwugide ife a, ọbịa bilizi anyị nwa n'uche. Kịta anyị nwa na fe ekwukwu ya. If we don't take care to correct that narrative, our children will continue like that, God forbid. So, ndị Igbo fụrụ onwe fa n'anya, onye ọbụla na-anụ ọgụ na befa, onye ọbụla na-enwe issues, and even na ụmụ nwanne a na-enwe ndị na-adị nnọọ iche. It's very, very natural. But ọbụkwa on a general scale, ma ndị Igbo afụrụ onwe fa n'anya, yes, and we'll continue to say it like that, and we'll continue to carry on with that mentality, and we'll surpass ndị niile, ndị ilo anyị niile no everywhere na-eche ka anyị feel. So that's all I wanted to come in and say. And again, bikono, if we do interject you at any time, it is only for the purpose of expanding the discussion and not to be disrespectful. Thank you very much. Igbotik Nelo. Igbotik, I can't get over the name. Nelo, mama. Because panelists, if you're available, we'll move to the hands. Thank you so much. Because if you're on the speaker section and you love to speak, when you're lying, be ready. Thank you. Nelo, ngwan.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Unu ewe n'iwe eche m na-asụ na Uchenna ya ekwu ma ọ bụ na onye kwuru okwu kwụsie.
Uchenna, Nelo bụ one of our panelists. So, Nyakan Juresi ka Nelo kusizie gị nwa will go next. So, thank you, nwanne m.
Yeah, Uche, I was supposed to go first, but then I wasn't ready. So, saying I'm ready, getting Yakamelu. So, please, thank you. All right, so Ada, thank you so much for your last submission, because Eziokuka, this other person this person one of the things, say victim blaming, because Amarom, why everything in the country has been fashioned against you, but Sibia Kamige face the things that are fashioned against you. Ibaneze inside. Nay, face is on yourselves. Now say, oh, it's your fault. It's also a form of cowardice, because the truth is, I had discriminated against 100%. You know, there are certain, after Kailucha, the war, Gowon came out or has seen all, you know, no victor, no vanquished. They were supposed to rehabilitate Ali Igbo, you know, all those destructions after the war. Federal government, did they do any of them? And also, what is very important, Kandi Igbo Chetana, before the war, the eastern region was thriving. We were in Africa. We were one of the fastest growing economy, because then the ports were working. You know, the agricultural sectors was booming. We were manufacturing steel in Alibo. Enugu coal was very, very active. All these things were happening. We were doing very, very well in our place. So, those times. No. But when the war happened, all these things were destroyed. Emechaze, Asonya Obuna, 20-pound policy. No matter how much in when accounts, Ibia, Iwelu 20 pounds. I look at that one. I may be. Immediately after the war, Chetakwan also 20 pounds, Kenya, you. Immediately, Feme introduced that indigenization policy. Other tribes in Morego were able to buy into all these companies. So in Ghana, most of these companies, most of their major shareholders are Ndi Banoria. If you see Igbo people coming up now, offer through sheer hard work, through sheer doggedness, case they are buying small. But you see that thing about old money and all those things, we don't really have it. A lot of the wealth that we have now, we had to start again from scratch. So don't forget this part. And figure out that when people are struggling and hustling, they will do anything. Don't stop blaming yourselves. Abia now, have you ever wondered why the ports around Igbo axis, none is working? Lagos State is burdened. All the areas along Lagos State, but as in Lagos State is bleeding from excessive, you find out what is happening in those ports. They can't even deal with all. You have goods in those ports, hard or 6 months, 8 months. They can't clear them. It's too much. But the federal government has refused to dredge all those seaports along Port Harcourt and Calabar and the Warri one. Why? Because they know, farmer, that once those places are active and bubbling, the eastern region will wake up again. Or census, that's national population census. Should we talk about that one? Where bogus numbers got put out from other region, then fair wetela if I say in Andibo, now our population is. Are you kidding me? Somebody will always say there's something David Honde saying. It is only in Nigeria that population increases in the desert area, while the population closer to the sea diminishes. Nowhere else in the world does this happen. Population did not closer to the water, to the sea, is always more than the population of those in the desert. But in Nigeria, it's the reverse. So whether there is discrimination, yes, there is. Whether our own people, especially, I think that because, again, after the whole war, the web, I just scatter on wine everywhere, now hustle. And then somehow we kind of left governance in the southeast to the, to opportunists. They've come, they've taken over. So this is one of the things that personally I will always continue to happen. I again need it take our eyes back to our place during election time, because if you can go and register in the southeast, can you make sure that DC has okay, as the people that are going to come out? Because southeastern governors, they have to come together and begin to work together, especially when it comes to infrastructures. They have to be able to, create uniform infrastructures amongst themselves, so that again we can, we can trade amongst each other. Abia Oku in the southeast, energy is a huge problem. Most of the they work with Emeka Anyoko, who is that guy, that just sits. I can't remember his name.
Emeka Ofo.
Thank you. Sits on power distribution at the southeast. He collects huge money working with Nda. They have refused to make energy available to us in the southeast. And you know how important energy is to production. So we need to start looking at the forces that are fashioned against us and leave whether I hate Korowai or I like Korowai. Those things are secondary, because in Gakwan and the midst of Ndin Bondos or Fana Gwakon had that na like Korowai na Kewan. So those things are things that would always happen. Let us look at the main issues. We are being discriminated against. There's a need for restructuring in this country, because all these things that Fabia create states, Igbo, you have Igbo people in different states. Do you think that all those things are not are unintentional. When the Igbo, those people there, they don't know where they belong. Today, Fasigina Fabu Igbo, tomorrow Fasina Fabu Igbo, depending on their interest or what they hope to gain. Even with the places they are claiming, they don't, so all those things, we need that restructuring is very, very important. But there's also something that I would always say. As in the Igbo, that so many times some people feel like, oh, we don't belong here, we want out. But the truth, Buna, we are here in this country called Nigeria. We are here. And it's about time, we just remove our faces from our asses and begin. You see what Peter Obi did in 2023. Do you not know that it took people by surprise? Because normally most of the Igbo politicians, they've been sold this mentality that they cannot forge ahead on their own. That you have to depend on. You don't have the numbers. Where are the numbers? You cannot do this. How do you want to do it? What is the pathway? What is the this? But those things are things that are being said, that are being fed to keep you under. You have to stand up and rise and take what belongs to you. If don't say, oh, I cannot apply for federal jobs because Igbo people are being discriminated against. Anyways, no, go in there, put in your application, do everything, do whatever you have to do, because at the end of the day, in Dubai, I know this country. So if you have to play the game, play the game. I always say, as in nobody. If you have to get in the ring and play the game, play it. Play your opponents, play who you need to play, and guess what you need to do. The funny thing is that we know how to do this in businesses, in other parts of our lives, even in offices. But when it comes to politics, it's like we want to just remove ourselves and become spectators. But my dear, you see what PO did? He threw his heart into the ring and he went in 101%. Libo, we have to do the same thing, both at home and both in the federal. I yield my mic here. Thank you, Chuka.
Daalụ so much. Nelo Onokwa. Daalụ so much. Okwu gị ozuru ezu, gbaa agba, jụọ eju. Ọ dị ka ndị o na-agba my co-host mgbe ebe a. Mana asị gbadoro. Nwere ihe ga-eme, na-eme. So, Priscilla, welcome back. I want to avoid responding to things because if I we can move very, very quickly. I got time others. If I my phone again now, I am get about 3 hours. So
Yes,
I come
I
with Okundi bonus here. So I got rose boss, but Uchenna,
Yes.
The mic is yours.
Ndewonu ndị be anyị, ekele m unu ncha, ndị host unu agbanika. Okwu m egbu okwu m na nkenke. Ịma na this space anyị nọ na-eketa onwe title. A title ya bụ ajụjụ ka ọ na-ajụ. Ma discrimination ndị Igbo na-efesi ma ọ bụ eziokwu ka ọ na ọ bụrụ ya. Mana onye pụtazi ọrapịa kọba ife ọzọ, ọkwanụ nsogbu anyị na-enwe with most of these people feel na fago akwụkwọ. So ọ bụrụ na ịwọchị gịnị bụ afa Harriet Tubman? Ọ sị, I could have saved thousands if only I had been able to convince them they were slaves. If only not convincing Wolfa. So ihe ekwetego the first n'ife na-eme tupu iwe kwube okwu ka eyesi wee savage the thing. Ọ bụrụ a na-ajụ ajụjụ ịrafugodi ife a na-ekwu wee kwube ife ọzọ. Ikwete na ọ na-eme ikwuzie one or two things gosi na ịma na ife asị na ọ na-eme ibe eziokwu na ọ na-eme. First of all, ebe m chọrọ ibu ụzọ metụ aka bụ na ka m rafu imetụ aka n'okwu ndị ọzọ ka m kwuru okwu wee jebe. Ọ bụrụ na ndị na-ekwu okwu niile na-apụta na-ekwu okwu, a na-ekwu okwu ka anyị abụfu ka enwevu oge anyị bụ Pan Igbo group. We were never Pan Igbo group. Mana anyị nwe ka anyị si achịkwa onwe anyị on that spirit of Igbo-ness. na-achịkọ anyị ọnụ anyị na-eme ife wee na-achieve anything ọbụla anyị chọrọ achieve until ndị a wee bido wee kebe steeti. And oge ebido wee kebe steeti a eke steeti eke ya emee ya ka ọ dị ka na onye abụọ dị nwanne gị na-enwere ife gbasaa gị na ya na-eteritiri ya na-eteritiri gị ya mebe ife nke ka ị na-eme ife nke. And a lot of us amaghị the effect of those things. Anyị amaghị the effect. Anyị na fear from anyị na just afụ the prima facie of the thing. Anyị feel na anyị amachago. Onye mata obele ifo feel iya ịmarụ the effect of this thing. Ọ na-eliba n'ime. Secondly, a na-asị na ndị Igbo na-akpọ onwe fa asị. Ndị Igbo enwere oge anyị ji akpọ onwe anyị asị. Cha. Ọ na-abụ Nnede na Twitter, Nnede na oge mpempe na-agụ newspaper because internet adịbe so television na this thing. Mfụ afọ onye ori ọbụla mfụ na newspaper afịa na-abụkarị afọ onye Igbo. And a na-ede afịa anyị ede local gọọmenti jee ife ome. Mana ọ bụ na onye afọ abụrụ onye Igbo ajọs ude na ejidolu onye oshi na-enwere onye oshi ejidolu somewhere. Just the thing na like that. As a kid, mụ apụtara na-eche na ndị Igbo bụ ndị ori ama na Nigeria. Ama m level ntolu before that mentality wee pụọ m n'isi. M wee chọpụtakwa na this thing bụ ife ama ọma wee mee. Unu amaghị the effect of all these things. Ịpụta anyị na-akọjọ mmadụ because of obele mistake ọ na-eme because of the effect of ife ọ na-agabiga. Eme ndị exam na 2007 after ka m graduate na secondary school enwetenwere m admission mana NDA bụ ife na-agụ ma agụsi mụ na ọyị m nwoke ike anyị nwụrụ iyi nọ ebe anyị eje. So I wee desie that time a na-ewo 4 a na-asị na East State na-produce 8 candidates 4 ka anyị admit then 4 anọrọ as reserve. Amara m maka na-eme elu oke taa. So mana oge anyị je ide exam ọnụ ndị bugolu NDA student nchọpụta ha lu 1000. Mgbe na-ajụ out of these 36 states ya na 44 a na-eweta na each state ka esi wee nweta this number of people na-afụ. Anyị desi that exam anyị enwetara amara m ife na m enwetara mana ama m akwụkwọ nke bụ isi bụ na ị na-ada afụ result gị ma ma pass ma ọ na-epasịrọ. My friend wee dey 4 extra time o dey 28 day 29 day 210 day 211 o nweterie. So ama m na ndị Igbo ụfọdụ na-enweta n'aba mana ị ya ama odele mmadụ inwe. Ọ bụ na ndị maka fa esi wee na-eme everything fa na-eme without na-ewole anyị fa kaadị na-eme mana ọ ya adịzi too obvious ma ọ bụ na ha na-eme everything na this country anaghị ewolu anyị cha fame iji afụ na ndị na-ewole anyị wee na-eti wee na-emeju ka ọ dịkwa ka a na-eme asị gị kwọta sistem. Akwa obi na fa agagharị n'ugwu Hausa na-egwurufa borehole kịta enwenugo onye ọbụla si ugwu Hausa chọọ ịzụ ọchịchị wee pụta wee na-aga akpagharị n'ala Igbo wee na-emele anyị ife ka o wee taa anyị ụtọ ka anyị wee nabata ya ka o wee meele anyị ka o wee chịa anyị chịta anyị ọfụma. Anyị ekwesịghị ịwa anyị karịa all this thing. Ndị ife anyị na-agabiga enwere mmete. The earlier we realize this, the better for us. Ịghọtago mana anyị na-alike ịdị too intellectual anyị ma akwụkwọ ị na-agwa mmadụ ife ekwesịghị ime ọ na-egosi gị na ọ ma akwụkwọ ọ ma oke akwụkwọ. So ndị be anyị ife the discrimination dịkwa real. Abụ m onye na-akpagharị ejego m mba dị iche iche na obodo Naijiria anọ wee chọpụta na onye ọbụla abụrụ onye Igbo na-akpọ onye Igbo asị without any reason. Enwere any reason o ji kpọọ gị asị. Oge ụfọdụ ya engage most of them na conversation njọ biko ken gịnị mere iji wee kpọọ ndị a asị. Ọ sị gị na ha na-awụgbu mmadụ. Nsị ọ na ndị bụ na anaghị awụgbu mmadụ. Ọ sị m na ha na-awụgbu mana ọ dịrọ ka nke ndị be anyị. Njọ onye awụgbunu gị ọ sị m na ọma nche ka awụgbuo ya ka o wee na nna ya na-agwa di ya na o bidoro n'oge nna ya. So ifu na mkpụrụ a na-akụnye n'ime ndị ọ bụrụ ọnụ ife jos a na-ajọs ekunyite n'ụla wee mebe ihe a dị intentional. the thing abụgolu and ọbụkwanụ ndị anyị na fanọkọ bụ ndị na-akpụ bren wee na-eme this thing. Ọ bụrụ na ije gụọ ekumeku maka ekumeku wụọ wee mara ife ndị ọcha megide wee baa anyị ime unu amala ife melụ faji wee na-eyuzu ndị gbara anyị okirikiri wee na-eti ụdịrị mkpụrụ nụa n'ime fa ka ewelu wee na-emegide anyị ka anyị rafụ iku ume bikos na anyị nwa bụ ndị ya anapụtanwu ndị ojii. Ọ bụ na iwu ọcha ya ọfụma ana m eche echiche ana m anụ my own chee this thing baa n'ime ọfụma oge ụfọdụ mma na-arụ ọrụ like this thing agba m n'echiche nrafie oge ụfọdụ ndị siensị ka m postuo mfuchekwe ya. So this thing is deep or the real deeper than we are even seeing. So mma kwụsị ebe a because ekwube maọkwanụ nyebe example ma na ya ma mpụta because this thing bụ ife nchọpụtago for a very long time. All just na mamara ife mee na manara put the thing into writing na publish here ka ndị mmadụ na-afụ. Amarom, I'm the only son. Abụ m the only son in my family. So oge ụfọdụ na-emekwa n'ife nna m chọpụta this thing na-emeketa obebe akwa nne m ebebe akwa ayọba m so ọkwa the thing na-eme mmeketa oge ụfọdụ na-akpuo ọ dịka nwoke anọlie. So ndị be anyị daalụ nụ.
Uchenna daalụ so much nna ya okwu ga-amaka nnọọ ikwuka na okwu gị mara mma nnukwu. Achọrọ m ikwu ife a biko ọ bụrụ na ị bụ onye na-edenwe ife debe anyị ga-akpọ ka anyị ga-esi wee mee gị integrate dị ife anyị na-eme ife akụnye media ọ bụrụ sọ space anyị ga-eme vidio mee audio mee text ife niile so ọ bụrụ na echi debe anyị ga-epush gị onye ọbụla ga-etinye aka onye ọbụla nwere ife ọ ga-ede ga-abala anyị debe ọ ife anyị na-achọ biko daalụ nne.
One of the things I na-ata afụfụ self bụ na anyị na-ede ya. Most of the
I kwesịrị na document ife na-eme anyị document ebe na-enwe record of ife niile biko nu onye nwekwana iwe ma ọ bụ na ekwusi wepụ gị na speaker corner because ndị chọrọ ịbata erika so anyị need na-create space ka ndị ọzọ nwee ike ịbata even na co-host akụkụ awalogo aka kọpị ya n'akụkụ and anyị nwere ike ịkpụbata ya yet so onye kwusi anyị ga-ewepụ gị mana enwe ike efedekwa ege na ọ batakwa gị ọzọ. Daalụ nne Uchenna. Kedu onye next person na-ekwu?
Akụkarịa ga then ekwucha ya wụrụzie crypto blocker or crypto block.
Akụkarịa ngwa gaa n'ihu.
Demenu, good evening everybody. Ife gbasara Igbo na-atọ m ụtọ biko civil service culture dịka Mike Gado on okwu a Igbo discrimination was real eziokwu abaghị uru ijuba ajụ ahụ maka onye ọbụla ma na eziokwu onweghị discrimination karịgoduru nke emere anyị ebe anyị ịtụkesi anyị akpọ ndị nke a South akọrọ ebe a si ebe a kịta historically ndị ikwerekwazi fọrọ ndị ekwe na ndị ekwena amaechi side onye nke side nke awụ one of the biggest form of discrimination and marginalization emegoro ndị Igbo and all the systematic. Now the thing na-emekwa n'ife a bụ na ndị Nigeria na onwe ha na-eteke advantage ka anyị nwa bụ ndị Igbo si eme anya ụfụ na-adụba n'ime some of us, not all, anya ụfụ, and ha na-utilize ya were eti ọgbata ufio n'etiti anyị. O bidoro with people like Zikifa, role o play mgbe a na-anụ agha ọ na-eme ojukwu anya ụfụ na ojukwu small boy chọzi ịbụ onye na-achị ndị Igbo. Ọkwa onye delu Biafran anthem ịma na ụfọdụ amarọ ekwubege na ụfọdụ ọkwa otu okwu a this last speaker na-ekwu ụfọdụ filu na n'oboro ha ka eji wee lụ ihe niile n'ụwa. Ịgwazi ya kọwala ifezik ime ha ya agwa gị. So ha na-utilize all these things. That is the issue. If I even chọrọ ikwu that na o nwere ife a na-ekwu maka slavery, a sị na the biggest enablers of slavery bụ onye nọ in servitude n'onwe ya. Ibinye one day si onye na-emekpa gị arụ n'ozugo ọtụba gị egwu, mana enwee situation ga-abụ ejere ikwu enwekwa ndị ga-anọ n'etiti ga na-enyopụ ife ndị Igbo na-eme ga na-akọrọ ndị Nigeria. then onwe ha ebe anyị ji azụ eje even na onye ọna mana ife na-eme even outside the Nigeria ụwa niile mana ndị Igbo nwere nsogbu n'obodo ahụ nke ọjọọ. So now kedu ife a ga-ege ka anyị esi wee pụta na nsogbu anyị nọ anyị tọrọ atọ? Isi ụmụnne anyị wotanụ suggestion asị gị na onwe ka esi eme kedu ka esi eme ka anyị solu gị onweghị onye ya ekwute ihe ọbụla. Onwe ndị nke na-eme eme eje ha jee gbaa ya mgbe okpuru. Nwe mgbe asị ndị seneti si ka etinye ọnụ n'okwu Nnamdi Kanu, onye binyitere ọnụ oppose that motion bụ APC senator izu na-asọ Bonaventure, ya bụ onye binitere ọsị mba si hapụ Nnamdi Kanu ya nwụọ n'ime. Ndị Hausa ọtọ ha si oke ebe ọ na ụmụnne ha si ya nọ n'ime ọ nke ha ji aka. So kedu ka e ga-esi wee mee the thing bụ kedu solution? Because ọ bụghị ịpụta everyday ị na-ekwu a na-emekpaghị arụ a na-eme nka a na-eme nka. Kedu ife ị ga-eme? Ịpụta na side ndị nke ọzọ anaghị afactor in North Central maọbụ nke once ị na ha na-asụ Yoruba, even iburugoro onye Kotonu na-asụ Yoruba ị nwere ọnụ na Lagos more than onye Igbo. MC Oluomo na-apịawa ndị Igbo azụ na Lagos ọ bụrụkwa onye South West onye kwara ka ọ bụ. Mana ịpụta na side nke anyị asị gị na isi ha na cross ha na bridge na ịbọzikwa onye Igbo anyị nweghị ha na-ekwu maka ya. Onwezie ndị pụtara apụtasị ngwa okwu a ka ekwuo ya ọfụma ọkwa ndị Igbo eje gbawa ha mgba. That is the issue. Kedu ka ga-esi? Because ọ bụrụ na anyị na-ekwukọrịta ofu okwu onye ọbụla pụtasị mba nwee menu this is how it's supposed to be. Nwanne anyị nwoke nọ n'ime o nwere onye na-ekwu maka ya. Sunday Igbo ho otu okwu ahụ na-ekwu ọkwa nọ n'ilo na-akpagharị ọ na-akpagharị Europe niile. Nne nwụọ ọbata bịakwa nne pụwakwa nwe onye metụrụ ya aka. Ndị Igbo onye na-ekwu okwu Nnamdi Kanu mana ịpụta isi na-emegbu gị. So ọgụ nwa na-enye aka ka emegbuo gị. So ife ọ na level ife anyị na-ekwu otego anyị kwubere ọ na-emezi ifele ịpụta egbuo m emegbuo m. Kedu ife ị na-eme against it? Ekwuo ndị senyitere isi ndị si oke ka anyị tazie afọ once and for all ijekwa ị na-agba those people mgba. Ife anyị kwesịrị ị na-ekwu na anụbo nna anyị ha ebega akwa utojukwuva anyị nwapụtakwana na-ebe ụmụ anyị bịa ụjụ bụ ụmụ anyị a ga-ebekwa disema akwa. Kedu ife anyị ga-eme? Ọ bụ ọzọ this question is neither here nor there. Onye ọ na-ama n'ọwa eziokwu ihe anyị ga na-ajụzi bụ kedu ife anyị ga-eme ka ife a kwụsị. A na-ama ya anyị aka n'anya too much na Nigeria. Kedu ihe anyị ga-eme kwesịrị ịbụ onye kwuchi anya kwuo ka esi eme. Mụ nwa nwere ebe nkwụ most people na space ama na-enwere ebe nkwụ and on da ga-azụ anyị ndụ. So mana ọ bụrụ na ị nwere any solution ikwuchakwa ya ịwụsị ya dị ya olukwa eji mepe space a na-emegbu anyị a na-akụpa ụnụ asị anyị atụ na vote na Lagos ikwucha ya ịwụsị ya dị ya no movement no nothing. So mụnwa achọrọ hold mic for long mana dị ife na-ekwu bụ ife na-eme anyị sikwa anyị nwa n'aka because of anya ụfụ Zik mere Ojukwu bụkwa anya ụfụ a na-eme Nnamdi Kanu n'enu taa maka okwunyiteru ụwa na-eso fụ na eziokwu ka ọ na-ekwu. Kama ụnụ ya apụtazisi nwanne m ife ị na-ekwu bụ eziokwu ngwa ka anyị na-eka esi wee sọpọtụ ka ekwu okwu ọfụma ụnụ si mba si gbuo n'ime de ndị a na-emekpa gị arụ ga-emekpa gị because a sị na egbuo dike bọsị ọgụ achọ maka dike na kachifo na ụmụnne m mekwusigo donu.
Akaria, thank you very much na your submission email. Again, ka akwụkwọ ya ka ọ ya lede ka anyị ekwuru ya biko nụ space a bụ ka anyị kọọ ka esi eme ndị Igbo discriminate ka anyị malụ dị nsogbu ka anyị determine what is real na what is not real biko nụ ka anyị lepụta ebe a gbaba onwe anyị mgbe okpulu. Oh, thank you very much again. I believe now the next person kwesịrị ebo. Yes, my dear.
Just to answer the last guy, because how about the solution, what he said, the solution, Zik, I know people like to come against Zik, But you see, when with his NCNC-led government, the level of brought this innovation that they brought Alibo. They did it through what? Through governance. You have to. And this is why Njime insists that I need in Nebanyana elections so that Obugo no restructuring Kaitoro. Ayejiraka elect Ndi Gaga na that house and tinye restructuring on the table so that everything that we want, we have the right channel. Okay, MNK, no, very popular. And now see how you have this influence. Get these people to go into governance and present this thing. Osimba, no, sit at home. No election. That will never favor us. We need to go back and look at Ifai Meru in the past that worked for us and begin to also implement that. And I always say that what Zig did, working with governance, it was NCNC that established, the Eastern business, something that in charge of making sure that the industries in Alibo was booming. When honestly, before the war, Alibo was booming. It was through governance. So we need to look at the things that have worked in the past and try it again. Thank you. I leave the mic back to you.
Thank you so much, Nello. I mean, I had like you could nyoku, tinye ọnụ n'ihe okwu anwa. But I like Ramoto Sibiasi na ane abụọ Nnamdi Kanu mgbe okpuru. It is not the truth. Ihe onye ọbụla na-ekwu bụ anyị chọọ ime ife a for real ka anyị mee ya ọfụma ka onye ọbụla tụkọnata uche mee ya ọfụma as ndị Igbo. Otago. So thank you once again. Then everybody na abịa na asị m can take quite a little opportunity ka everybody bịa join ya so far. Bikono, help us retweet the space. Ka ndị be anyị mara na ife ebidogo na anyị na-akpa nkata ụmụnne ebe a onye ọbụla bata in the fold ka anyị kpaa ka ụmụ nwanne maka ọdịmma ndị Igbo. Thank you once again. I believe
exactly,
that the next
Ada. And Kanchetaha, right? Kanchetomunai Nonga, that they can follow the spaces, Kunye Media, so that they will not miss any of the upcoming spaces. Monkata Moihola, any OZI across the timeline, or any of our social media platforms. Biko, now, Biko, follow Kunye Media so that you can be a part of this consistently by the grace of God. Ada, you can continue.
Thank you once again. I see beautiful faces in the house. Bikono, help us retweet and share the space. We'll now hurriedly move on to Anambra first son. Uche, odika abido sheku uche. If you abido sheka again, you go on a credit. Okay, kuku complete.
Onari anaka wani amuko no nakuke. Oh, to cop Kenya, no go.
He'll be back. Can you also get full? I'm sure he'll be back.
Yes, he'll definitely be back. Okay. Yes, we can move on. Daniel, you rebut something because I see his hand is still up.
I think Daniel should wait. If I go the round first before I be again. And Bikonu, I think we need to time this now because Oga Gona the guy knew. So each person maybe 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Are you okay?
Yes.
3 minutes. Okay. So the next person 3 minutes came with Biko.
The next person will crypto blocker.
Okay, crypto Ganiru.
Okay, good evening, Igbo. No Kapano. I'm Wadwe Stanley from Imo State. So I like the topic on hold a very, very important topic and all the necessary so long as you have development of Ali Igbo they consigned. Igbo truly may be discriminated or not. So first of all, what I want to hear would this Igbo something first, and come create the atmosphere of maybe understanding what this Igbo something is actually. So Igbo Ana is just like a religious something. As in Igbo, they can religion or Christianity, all these kind of things. So currently now, maybe Igbo only came a map on its own. But if I don't hear about this Nigeria, or use home, and when I need this thing, Nigeria use the map of Igbo and go on. Except some people name me Hebasara cultural something, which other part to this or the almost as in insignificant, as in you use the actual map of Igbo land. So that's why some people most times, and they could go the Basara development or political something, they rather go for the defined map of Nigeria and you go down something like the map of Southeast. So that's why sometimes more and more Basara development, not like you focus on the map would go the authentic for now, which is the map of Southeast. And for now, I think nobody na this our Southeast for Taralani before so that's why in order to minimize a lot of argument or a lot of blah blah blah, not like you focus on Southeast. Bobland they discuss things about Okuibo, Moalibo something. So not like you focus on Hebasara Southeast. So if I do on Nigeria one, Hebasara discrimination or anything more, everything in the Hebasara discrimination more, mad or anything. So all what on in any society now practice democracy. Democracy will a government of the majority. I think on our a government of the majority. So other way government of the majority, as in the minority can feel discriminated. And if I don't listen our Nigeria, Southeast our population are here enough. As in or they enough to challenge or to all these kind of things. Only you kick in politics enough. Only you kick in politics enough. That's why. And yeah, only you kick enough in politics enough. Because in Nigeria now practice a kind of tribal politics, or as in how they use politics as in tribalism as a tool in politics. As a tool, in politics. So or there now is this. When 2 or 3 tribes come together in Nigeria, already I understand in Nigeria what about 3 distinct tribal something like Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo. So all na Yoruba and Hausa, if they can be able to merge together, their population are there enough. Then population are there enough. If they move into politics or any election something, they will able to come out successful. So I may repeat that thing severally. With time, when they can only go for we start feeling discriminated. And sometimes in the can only go for if they start feeling discriminated, some people now among them, their family, some of them will start wanting to dissociate themselves from that discrimination, as in from that that inferiority or something like. That's why sometimes they want to take them as our Southeast politicians now they're against us. That is because they don't want to associate with themselves as minority, because they need to get the favor of the majority, or they need to get the support of the majority. That's why sometimes they don't want to play along tribal line, because in this our Nigeria, if you play anything tribal in this our the way our they say anything, unless Southeast is going to form, unless we Southeasterners we are going to form an alliance with another major ethnic group or something like Hausa, but it's not likely going to happen. So sometimes
you have 20 seconds.
Yes. So sometimes they may advise our people that we should focus on development and leave as in governance and leave anything they concerned with politics or central politics, because if that place is not likely going to favor us anytime soon. Because even in 2027, I'm not even interested in voting anybody in 2027, irrespective of your region. Even in 2030, I'm not even interested in voting anybody in the presidential election again in Nigeria. The last one, I did not even vote for anybody. So, here is that our Southeasterners, we need to look into ourselves. We need to, first of all, address the major things we need to address in Southeast. Focus on Southeast.
Okay.
Bring down.
Because time up, your time is up. Dialogue so much. Who next, please? Plato? Plato, are you ready to speak?
Okay, Mobana Plato, do you ready? Okay, the next person goes the advocacy, because advocacy are not telling Gantakre.
Okay, advocacy. If you want to react to what Crypto said, go ahead. I want to leave it to the floor.
Okay, good evening. Because na 3 minutes and I will also beg next time will start timing from the first speaker. obi adị ya mma. Ọ bụrụ enye ndị izizi ezigbote oge akọcha ọfụma kuche ka o si dịfa n'obi, enyezi anyị nwa ndị ikpeazụ obere oge. So biko ayọ ka nna ayọ ka a na-emekwa n'ihe a ka ọ na-adị mma.
Advocacy 2 minutes ga-agagokwa.
Ọrụ na-ewepụ ya na nwere ife ọmakwasị ka aka akọnọ ihe ndị Igbo. So nsogbu adịrọ, I don't mind ewepụ ọsị na ozugbo ọ dị oke, m ga-apụkwa wute obi ọcha ana nwere ife ome mbọsọ ọzọ abanyekwa n'ọrụ a, nsogbu adịrọ. So mana nsị ka m kwubu ihe ebe nwanne m nwoke kwuru ka m rapụ ma nwebi onye ọzọ etinye ọnụ ebe a, mana ndị m ga-agwa ya bụ na ka o si wee kọọ abụrụkwanụ ka o si wee dị that na ọ ga-etinye ọsị na ya dị votu o so na ishu anyị na-enwe, mana ọ bụrụ ihe m ga-abịa kwube kịta. Anyway, akwado m na-akwado wee bịa ihe a, mana ebe a sị na oge m bụ sọsọ nkeji 3 ọ ga-afịakwanụ m arụ, mana ka m traa ya. Well, the first thing anyị ga-emekwanụ bụ a na-emegide ndị Igbo whether meme discrimination. Nke a bụrụ ajụjụ na ya ga na-ekwu okwu ya bụ kedu ka o si bido, kedu ka a ga-esi mee ya. Dawan o doro ewu na ọkụkọ anya ma ibu na ndị na-abụrụ ndị Igbo mụ na ha na-akpa nkata, gị na ha kpa nkata unu nọ na-ara ha gwa onwe ha eziokwu, ha agwa gị tru na na-emegide ndị Igbo. Mana m ga-ala ka ibido history, kedu ka ihe a si bido, ọ nọkọtara nnọọ ebido etu a ka ọ na onwe ka o si wee bido. The truth bụ na pre-independence, yes, pre-independence, because I had to ask question, I had to try to read history. We were not that marginalized or rather discriminated. In fact, Igbos we were almost everywhere. That was why even during the coup, I think the highest ranking officer was Ironsi, and that was why he hijacked the coup. Okay, so I think Ojukwu is the first graduate to be in the military. So we were everywhere. I learned that during the colonization, that we were so bright. The white men were always carrying our people, to be their secretaries, to be administrators. So the discrimination, actually, this is pre-independence. However, during independence, what happened? Why did Zik, somebody mentioned it, why did Zik become a ceremonial president? And then Tafawa Balewa had to be the prime minister who had power. So those are all before the war. Now, before independence. Then after independence, what happened? That after independence, the thing now came. This discrimination after the war. That is one thing we need to understand. It did not start after the war. It was Britain, Aka Britain, then this thing name. Okay, because why did Zik not be the prime minister? Why was it not Zik? Why was it Tafawa Balewa? But why was it yes, Abubakar? But that's by the way. Now, but it now came to full force because as no namaro ebe mmiri no mabia o mama kwa ebe okose mabia. So I need ịghọta ebe ihe ni nebido. Now, after independence, I'm going to time ogo nkwụsị na history and nsogbu adro. Even though I have a lot to say, but I can stop and just time me, I will stop, no problem. Man, we will makia. Then okay, info. I want to interview one white man. I think many of us for that interview. It was 1964. The white man was asking the premier of the northern region, and he asked the white man. The white man asked him. That was 1964. That was even before the Civil War. Okay, he says to him. Let me quote him. He says one thing I have noticed here is that the northerners have an obsession about the Igbos. Now, this is what a foreigner observed in 1964. Now, that was even before. And although not that 1964, can this man may observe, it has been there over the years. Okay, so if this interview happened in 1964, it means that it has been there. And he actually said, I noticed that you northerners have this obsession. When you look up the word obsession, or look all word karaka about the Igbos. And look at what the premier of the northern region answered him. He said, the Igbos are the type of people whose desire is mainly to dominate everybody. So there was an Igbophobia, if you call it like that, even before Anubado Ogwa at all. So, and then he went on to explain why are we mainly people to dominate people? He now said they get to a town and they want to monopolize everything in that area. If you put them in a labor camp, within 1 year, they will try to emerge as the leader. Obro na anyị na-ezu ori o. Obro na anyị na-abịa with.
Good email. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. Oh, Lekweonya, he asked for more time, and now we've given him time, and network is dealing with him. Oh my goodness.
I
Okay,
don't
you can't
like
hear me.
this.
You can't hear me.
Okay,
Oh,
go ahead.
yes,
Go
yes.
ahead.
Go
Go ahead
ahead,
now.
please.
Go ahead.
Thank
Okay,
you.
sorry. Just time I can stop at any time. Maybe in Bosozo. So now, so the point I'm making, what was his explanation? Just nine bambo, not nine madi. So the point I'm making is that the issue of discrimination, bidori, even before Anwogo and Akando Chadinia, and then I just wanted to say that before then we begin to look at. He never said that we were violent and all of that. Then after the war, of course, it became full force. So after the war, it became something, an unwritten constitution. Just Tinyendi Igbo Nakoko somewhere. Then it begin to, in which ways are we being this is happening? Of course, politically, I don't want to go deeper into it. We all know that it is happening. The story I had is that the major reason Buhari Juwe na 1983, I think, was because Shagari had intention of handing over to Ekweme. Well, it's I've not seen it written, but it's a story passed down that I heard from my people. So it can be true. So it well now that na amankwe konyi Igbo route anywhere. And then so even appointments in our like we have all mentioned here. Okay, let me not leave that. Let me leave that one. Of course, you look at the economy. Economically, the issue of seaport. Kedife na Port Harcourt, na Calabar, and then I think there's another one in the eastern region. Why can't those ports work? Of course, they are all systematic. Of course, the issue of orders, we talk about census, catchment area. It's so saddening that school na zone na nanam, school na my father's land. School na nanam na my father's land, but school, university. Manonyas Aminasi na Sokoto can score 100. No, 100 Erika can score 50. Then Muabu Emeka will score 300. Amanyema admission at that same school. Then Ananam, Asigi catchment area. So these are all ways. So why? The question now is, why are we being discriminated? The truth is that I don't know what we did to the British. Mana, you can't remove Britain from what is happening to Nigeria. I listened to Ojukwu interviews. When Obasanjo came to power, Obasanjo began to do a kind of Morgenwe reconciliation. That was why the issue of Oputa panels and all of that. And Ojukwu granted a lot of interviews. Oga Kamwa Matazelefe. So I listened to him and he made a statement. In fact, I read a book on Aburi Accord. I will encourage all of us to read that book. The reason why I would like us to read that book, because it is a verbatim. That book, Aburo Dika, or just the minutes of the meeting they had in Aburi. Emery did. The secretary just published it like that. And then Ojukwu said that when they came back from Aburi, he didn't even hide it in that interview. I'm actually network that interview, or the NTA. And he said that some people called Jack from British what is it called from British Council, whatever, and he changed his mind. In fact, Ojukwu said it specifically that it was Britain that told them to change their mind. So whatever it is that Britain has against Igbos, I don't know. Okay, again, so what's the second one in my own? There's a fear of Igbo dominance. Other tribes are afraid. They feel that now we are good economically, and then if they also give us political power, if they develop us, the fear of dominating them, which I said, Sir Ahmed Bello said it. In fact, he didn't even hide it. So it is there from his own word. I won't even talk about what we're seeing now. From Ahmad Bello's word, you can see they are afraid of the Igbos. If anything, the fear, they are just afraid Naega dominate Ifa and all of that. So that is one of the major stuff. Now, what is the solution? Like, I'm just trying to, cut everything in Kenke. For me, the solution is number one. I love what we're doing. Let's discuss it, because before they could be. So I like Mihai Nemena Kunye today, and God bless Chuka for this. So ada babia kan kata, like I say, anemia kono there may exist. Asigoli ke kuti asi aho shogi me chion me kutania. No, we have to talk about it. We have to say it because it is happening. So etwas akpia kan kata ọdịmma. Ọ bụrụ na o nwere ndị ọzọ na-abụrụ ndị Igbo n'ebe a na-ege ya, fa gebia, fa mara na anyị amago. Let them know that we know it's good and it will help us. Okay, that's my number one solution. So let's start talking. Let the conversation about around that start, and we're already doing it. So let's discuss it. That's my number one. The number two, ndị Igbo na-adị carry politically correct too much. Emenara ana-achọ ka eburu imogo. Yes, I believe we can be try to, but I listen to Zeke's. Now, this is not in that Zeke. Please, I'm not talking about Zeke, and this has nothing to do with Zeke and Ojukwu. Ojukwu also made his own mistakes. So please, I'm not comparing the two of them, but I'm just trying to make a point. Now, I listened to Zeke's interview before independence, and he said something. He said, I'm quoting his words, I don't care who becomes the prime minister, whether I'm myself, whether Sir Tafawa Balewa or Awolowo, I don't care who becomes prime minister. One day, you should care who becomes prime minister. I was angry. I was like, Zeke, no. At least scheme to be the prime minister. Why should you say you don't care who becomes, prime minister? I was not happy with that interview. I was like, no, Zeke, no. You should have schemed to do the politics, the prime minister. Yes, we love Nigeria. I keep telling my friends, especially non-Igbos, like somebody that say he has traveled. I've traveled to 32 states of this nation, and I can tell you I know every part of this country to some extent. And one thing we have to know is that these people, nobody loves Nigeria like Igbos. We don't even want to secede. We just want Nigeria to work. So we are always too much politically correct. So we have to stop being MONI Igbo. Igbo na Nigeria. I'm Igbo first before Nigeria. Yes, Ebeka Igbo in Nigeria. Yes, I can go in Nigeria. But I'm in Igbo. My Igbo-ness. Let's bring out our Igbo-ness. Let's flex our Igbo-ness. Let's flex it. Let's be Igbo. In fact, I'm a pastor. I was telling my friend, not can easy source. Okay, so that's now. Lastly, let us be.
Hey, Oga Advocate, we can go for 13 minutes.
Ikwugo time mmadụ ịtọ ji wee kwuo na ndị bilisi sef, ndị bilisi anyị na-ekwubi.
Okay, well, sorry. Okay, but lastly, let's be involved politically, because most of the things I kwuru, most of the people, our politicians, they are not Igbo centered. They are self-centered. Most, if not all of them, if ndị Igbo ada agụfa, just if na agụfa bụ ife gbasara family, onwe fa na their family. So can be involved in our politics so that we can elect people that will have Igbo interest. Thank you. God bless you. Sorry for your time. Sorry. Thank you.
Naigbalela so much na okwu ikuru, and just to highlight one particular one, especially since I too, by the grace of God, travel around this country as well and lived and actively become and be part of some of these states that I've stayed in. I can say categorically that yes, we are very politically correct. I don't know why we do that, but one thing, I don't know why we do that. Sometimes it amazes me. I don't want to be this. I don't want to be that. Meanwhile, those on how with their food checks. Only see them now. I did campaign on me, not just for futasi. Okay, rule. And away he many. Okay, with I know with area. So ele onu chori jo ekusi, give me respect. Eba we sing this I don't want to be this. I am not suffering to be that. Even during that time of Mbaha Zikna, one the other guy in another for this thing, the North together said they are not doing that business with you people. It's either people give us position or you forget about it. They had to create two, head of state and prime minister. So it's I don't know. But well, again, I believe that there will be a course correction. I don't have any other option than to believe that something has to change, because I cannot understand why it has to be like this. But not to hold the mic anymore. Can the next person cool? Onye will next at the in list.
Okay, let's have a number for song coming. But before then,
okay.
I want to just remind everybody that this is the MONI show. Makode Mandibo. Eba ka anyị na-ekwu maka ife gbasara anyị and how we can move forward together, no longer individually, but now together. If I want actually like this, let's begin to think in a way that everybody can come to a point where we understand each other and have some kind of agreement about the way forward. I see when age, and a number of and actually make we find one now because only also got because manage your time. Just focus on the most important things actually. Then could be, and from now we're talking about solutions. I've already changed it on the title, Igbo Discrimination. What's the solution? You could get enough about admitting that this is what's going on and explaining how it's working. So I ban a solution. Dalo, Anambra, first one. Oh, okay. Another okay, Plateau.
Chai.
Plateau, Ganiru.
Chai, on network. Okay, we're not on network.
Please come back. Uche, come back.
Okay. Right. Ngwan ọbatazie mụ hold, but let me just go ahead. Ngwan ndị be anyị daalụkwanụ. Biko ebe ọ bụ na anyị na-ekwuzi maka solution, nna ya anyị biko ọ bụrụ na o nwere onye nọ ebe a na-agụbeghị by way of deception thou shalt make war, onye ahụ jisi ike ọ nọ mana soft copy.
Plato, anyị ada anụchakwa ife ị na-ekwu, ị na-use headpiece.
Mba o, n'onu m ajụla eju dan.
Okay, ọ pụtago ọfụma. Gaa n'iru.
Okay, m na-asị tupu m kwuo ihe m chọrọ ikwu, nna ya anyị ka anyị jisi ike, o nwere obere akwụkwọ ngala ka anyị nwa agụọ, because anyị na-anya ndị Israel face kwara almost similar challenge anyị nwa face kwara, but look at where they are today. They have taken those stones that were thrown against them to build a viral nation. So I would like us to search out for a book called, the title is By Way of Deception, Thou Shalt Make War. It was written by a former Mossad agent. Another one is The Secret Keepers of Israel. Nice books, you can read it, a lot of things to be learned. Then moving forward, someone has spoken about us getting involved in politics. Very, very important. There's nothing we can do now than to get involved in political leadership. For today, that is the tool for change in Nigeria. And, the successive military government subjugated everybody, especially us, because our governors were not from us, among us. But today, we have us ruling us. And if you look at what is happening in Abia State today, it gives us a little hope that if we get deeper, strongly involved in governance, in politics, that we can actually change things. Yes, people might hate us, discriminate against us, but then you see, one thing about law, there is no law that you can be made, whether in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, for people to love you. There's no law like that. So, but if we work with what we have, we develop our place. Even those that hate us who want to associate with us. If you look at Israel today, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, they don't like Israel. But because of their technological advancements, they want to do business with them. The more reason why Iran engineered Hamas to start war with Israel, because they want those countries to normalize diplomatic relationship with Israel. So I am appealing to us. Let us take advantage of our God-given potentials. Develop it. If we develop it, I am telling us that not just Nigeria, nations will look for us. Thank God that today we have a place on planet Earth called Igbo land. Even if it's one state, What the Jews suffered, they were just created some times ago so that they'll have a place on planet Earth. But we have our own place on planet Earth. So let's not cry about split milk, that people hate us. For me, I don't have issue with Ahmed Bello. For me, I want us to have an Igbo man that is like Ahmed Bello, who will put Igbo nation first. In short, I even want us to have someone like Erufai, who will stand firm. There's always the good thing about the bad thing. Who will stand firm and damn the consequences and say that Igbo first, South is first, without caring about whose horse is geared. So, brothers and sisters, don't be angry. As an undergraduate, even though I went back to school as an adult, I remember asking one of my lecturers question regarding the events of 1966 to 70, whether it was a revolution. He got angry. He said a lot of things against Igbo people. He said a lot of things, but I kept my head calm. Okay? But at the end of the day, he agreed with me that it was a revolution, because revolution is about violent change of government, establishing new order, new leaders. He agreed after saying horrible things against Igbo people just because I asked questions. But I cannot take his behavior to generalize it, because in the same place, I have more than 1,000 people who have been supporting me. They are not Igbo people, but they have been supporting me, like more than even anybody I have ever met. So if we encounter a bad person, don't take it to heart. Everybody, self-preservation. Everybody wants to survive. It's a competition. So my brothers, my sisters, God has given us the best gifts as an Igbo person. Let us use our potentials, working together. Looking at Israel today, people that just came out from, was it Holocaust? How many were rescued? Look at where they are today. They were given a land that filled with rock. They turned it into an arable land. So we don't have any excuse. Democracy have given us opportunity to take our destiny into our own hands. Our brothers and sisters that are outside Nigeria, please collaborate. Collaborate. Reach out to people in Nigeria. Let us build our home, developing human resources, material resources. Let me share a testimony with us. My in-law today, I'm from Nsukka. I'm from Nsukka town. My in-law is from Ogidi. I never knew him, but the day after marrying his daughter, one day we were talking stories. He told me how he was going to Meduguri, where he stays, where he was running his business, even before he married. And a small boy followed him when he stopped in Obola for to eat. That small boy followed him because of poverty. He wanted to survive. He wanted to escape his poverty. And this man took him, someone he never knew, to Meduguri, registered him with police for record purposes. Trained the boy, settled him. This boy is today in China, doing well. An Igbo man, doing it for somebody he don't know. I remember asking on a timeline, I promised myself that one day we're gonna do a movie about this man. Yet, he never knew me. I married his daughter. So, my brother, we are good to go. Let me not take too much time. Let nobody cry about yesterday. We can build a greater future. In the one.
Thank you so much, Plato. Wow, Mama.
And I particularly like his slice of positivity at the end. Oh my goodness, that was the icing on the cake for me.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Wanye.
Thank you so much, Plato. I believe not Chuka. Chuka has been here for a while. So Chuka Biko, in 3 minutes. Thank you.
And the daalụkwanụ ekene m unu. I'm actually happy. A lot of people have said some of the things I was about to say. I'm actually concerned, or rather, I'm happy that some of the historical perspectives have been established. One of us gave us some instances of this discrimination starting way back before the war. Part of it, actually, the first census, rather not the first census, census of 1962 or thereabouts, when far change numbers, the census figures, to make the Igbo smaller, actually make the rest of Nigeria smaller than the north. And it was only our own administrator who fought it. He fought it to the point that they had to recount the nation again. And the second time they came out, they made everybody even smaller and just added a little figure, just a little notch up for Igbo numbers. You know, of course, he was not happy about it and he continued fighting. You know, but it's just to buttress what the initial speaker said about the Obodo Igbo, the Britain being the architects of what is happening. This one is factual. This one is factual. In fact, after that counter coup of 1966, the Hausa, Arriba or whatever, something like that, they wanted to move back to the north and start their own nation. Someone told them not to do that, that they were being very foolish. That you now have access to the resources of Nigeria and you want to leave, abandon it and run back to the north. Are you all right? You know, and this is why on your head, the coup did not become president, and it was Gowon, who they loved, who they liked, who became president. You know, I mean, that this is just to point out that this discrimination actually started way back before the war even. But I'll go straight to solutions, and a lot of people have said what we need to do as Ndi Igbo. It's very, very important that we start holding our political office holders responsible for whatever is happening to us. A lot of water has passed under the bridge, we know, but we have an opportunity with democracy, as the last speaker said. We should not be crying too much about the past. Once all of us here in this Wafer now, if all of us here, 60-something of us, can write to our governors and tell them, this is what we want. If we can go and learn how to write to them, how to speak to them with the kind of language they will understand, if we can learn how to push them to do what we want, and Igbo will become better. Let us start from inside. In fact, this was one of the problems I had with Nnamdi Kanu personally. That why is he chasing the nation when he can start from the local governments and the states of Igbo land before Chobasi federal might? Why would you be pushing the country and be pushing for only one solution when there are several solutions, when there are little steps in the solution cadre that we can take and build up to a big solution? Let us start learning how to talk to our political office holders. That small Nigeria, made the right thing for themselves. Let's start talking to our governors. Somebody said something about the Igbo governors coming together to have projects, like to have a regional project. If we have a train line running across all the Igbo states, at least we can recognize it as Igbo states, you know, how powerful would that be? How helpful would that be to our commerce, to our ability to think up new things, to our ingenuity? If we have Igbo governors thinking about gas supply in and around Igbo line, and we're a lot of gas in Imo State, for instance. If we have to find a way to channel it to all the Igbo states, so that at least we can generate small sectional power. As in an Igbo now for one reason or the other. Now, 24 hours power. How will that help us? So there are things we can actually do. There are things as individuals we can start doing by ourselves right now. We can learn how to start talking to this, and if we talk in unison. So Onye can send their letter, and Agoria, Onye can send the letter. At some point, their aides will tell them, these kind of letters we've been getting consistently from different people. Maybe you can have a look at it. What our people might be thinking about. Maybe you can have a look at it. I think we actually decided to abandon our leaders, so they are by themselves doing what they want. So when we start actually thinking of holding them accountable, holding them responsible, and then telling them these are the things we want you guys to achieve for us. These are the things we want you to discuss at the national level. These are the things we want you to do at the state level. Then these people will feel that they are empowered. They believe that, oh, somebody's actually looking at me. Somebody's observing my conversations at the national level. Somebody's seeing the kind of things I'm doing. And they will start packaging themselves to respond to our needs. So I believe that this is at least one step we all can start trying to take, right? Trying to find means of talking to these people, getting their ears, getting them to listen to us. I think this is very, very important. Like a lot of other people said, you cannot. There's someone said there's no legislation to make people love you, like you. It's not possible. You cannot legislate it, and it's normal. I'm the mother for one boy. It's like them. It's as lazy as them. And everybody else is lazy. You're the only one. You're the only one that you're always achieving things. You're the only one that the white people want to work with, and they think, this person is good enough. Let him become an administrator. I mean, there are stories everywhere. If you read the history of our history, you see, even the Cameroon that went to join the French Cameroon, they were angry with Igbo. And Igbo that we give out appointments to our kid and kin. They actually investigated these allegations and they found that it was not true. And they said that they've looked at all the appointments and they followed due process to make any of the appointments. When this Niger Delta, the first Niger Delta, Isaac Boro was complaining, sorry if I'm taking too much, just a little more time. When Isaac Boro was complaining that Nandi Igbo, I marginalized, people told him that you became a student union in Nsukka, in University of Nigeria in Nsukka. How many votes did you get from your own people? Burundi will told you vote Ijebolo student union president, SUG president in Nsukka, of all places. I mean, a lot of things that have been alleged in the past, we realize that, of course, that they were not true, right? What they said about Bello was also
Bello.
Okay. I think my point basically is that there are things we can start doing right away. One of the steps we can start taking is to find the right way to communicate to the open authority, our mandate, will find a way to get their listening ear, to draw them to listen to us. I don't.
Like I say, no, we born Enugu Agede.
I'm born Enugu State.
Oh, Enugu State. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Chuka. Okugi Amaka no holding our politicians accountable. Okay, if expecting a lot of us na agitate since Otago game to become like gatekeepers for politics na anything politics na Igbo. But I believe it's something we can work towards and we can eventually get there. Thank you so much, because that is the major solution that we can do right now. Something we can start doing right now is become political gatekeepers na Igbo, to make sure that we'll do what the people want, what will benefit in the bank. So thanks again for your input. Anambra Professor, Obuna Enatakugo Mwabelike Ngwakwe Kuchazeka Daniel Kuo. Thank you very much.
Can you all hear me?
Loud and clear.
Is it loud enough? I don't want to. Okay. Ndị be anyị ekenekwa m unu ọzọ, ọ ya adịla onye ọbụla na mma. So akụkọ anyị na-akọ n'abalị nke taata gbasara discrimination ebe o si gbasara ndị Igbo. Achọrọ m ibido ya bụ akụkọ from the point of view of American economic theorists known as Thomas Sowell. I don't know how many of you have come across his book. On the middleman minority. He wrote a very wonderful piece on this, highlighting the travails of the middleman minority. And he pointed out those who are this middleman minority. They include people who are entrepreneurs, who have a high tendency of enterprise. After government establishment, then followed by the corporate establishment, then the next establishment that will be somehow prominent within that environment. Now, Bukenwe, Nda and Adi in charge. Model EFAB in 80s, long time ago. So we're doing about we're born the band in Igbo as one of them. Mention all my Jews, my Germans, my Japanese, my Chinese, and so on and so forth. If you family Luguna, Obonina, I know about Igbo. If you na, we are everywhere. Okay, Mbamida na JP Clark. Enwere ife o dere gbasara anyị. Ọ sị na anyị dị ka ụmụ arụrụ si n'ọnụ arụrụ wee na-apụta n'igwe. Ọ bụrụ na ị gụọ onye bụ akwụkwọ o dere, ị ga-aghọta ife m na-ekwu. Ife m ji agbasa aka n'ụmụ ife ndị a bụ na ka anyị ọ bụ ndị Igbo ghọta ka ndị ọzọ si afụ anyị. Maka na inwe ike anyị agaghị abụ our perfect mirror. Our perfect mirror in the sense that I know onwe. My grandma ga-asị gị na ọ bụrụ na ile onwe gị akwụkwọ na ị ga-apas, mana onye ọzọ na-ga-eme gị inwe ike daa. Nwere ike ma mpas, inwe ike just nwee fair result. Ịghọtago? Mana ile onwe gị akwụkwọ ị ga-apas. So, enwe self-introspection from our perspective. To a large extent, I got somehow exempted from the problem because we absolve ourselves from the blames, we somehow make excuses, we somehow do all of that. And at the end of the day, if we that now, he got score very high. So self-assessment is very important. And in a self-assessment, equals a very high standardized yardstick. The timetable, the syllable or the marking scheme was really very high standardized and other from your own perspective alone. So you have to look at different perspectives, then put it on the table, analyze it properly. Intelligentsia have intellectual, only name research. This is where it is very, very important in every society. Unfortunately, we are gradually relegating this position to the back door because of so many reasons. I don't want to delve into that. So, starting from what Famoso said about Ndibani, we have to understand that being a middleman minority is actually a good thing, but as well as a bad thing. And when instance in your one day ọ bụrụ na enwee riot n'obodo na-abụrụ ala Igbo, ya obodo mepere emepe, any capital city na Nigeria kịta asị na enwee riot, just were uche gị nnọọ pick any single capital city in Nigeria right now as I'm talking. Now imagine a riot in that city whereby there will be looting, there will be destruction and all of that everywhere. The government of that city, ga-akpọpụta ndị uwe ojii maọbụ ndị army abịa chekwa the properties belonging to the government. The corporate body will hire private security, even police as well. We check again their private investment. And the powerful insurance, so they will still bounce back. then the next available likely investment will be very visible, be very loud enough to attract any form of violence. There is likelihood no nearby here. There is high chances. Jiranya di Igbo no nearby here. Kedu ife a na-akụziri anyị? Ọ na-akụziri anyị that na anyị nọ at a very visible point. Melu Ojabu, and when anything pararam, I have the easiest target. That is one of the major things. Then another thing there, go and read Henry Willick's report of 1958. All of you, I've been sharing this on timeline for a long time now. Go and look for it and read. Read the concerns of the minority. These concerns are valid. You do not dismiss it. You do not dismiss it. But I thank God after reading it, I felt really good because from the eastern region, the problem as Igbo dominated the region, well, I did domineering. It stems from an ambitiousness, not from any other thing. I have run the ambition. But when you have excessive exposure of wealth, just like Chinachebe, or actually of Nana very loud. Exhibitionist. I need showcase, I know Paprima gonna be a metal belief I need showcase here in the presence of our trade reserves. No, for the defender and our panitem of a name with name. So one of the reasons why the first plebiscite that took place in Nigeria, when the Southern Cameroon left, was as a result of quote unquote Igbo domination. And then we now in fact quite the same thing. So we really female that now point to the same place. Now, solution. I don't want to, bore us with so many of these things. So can I just straight to solution? Can I buy a bunker? Obroso so now well this thing. An example that other tribes or ethnic nationalities listed by Thomas Sowell are people who are known as middlemen minority, right? Now, check other places. Farmer, the same thing. Ghana, Southeastern Asia, Chinese always get the same thing. Ghana, Europe, Germans get the same thing, treatment. Or the Middle East, on Israel. So, how are they able to solve the problem? One of the challenges I am independent. I am not Romani. So we are interdependent within the system. That's one of the biggest challenges. So, mana, in any situation you find yourself, you will find a way to navigate around it. So one of the things is that extra I know now, noro sandwich, I the sandwich. Because I know in the bottom so I guess we navigate here with this. One of the things in the Bible kwesịrị ime bụ obodo anyị bụ anyị Igbo anyị kwesịrị ime ka ọ bụrụ our gene fortress. Anyị Igbo kwesịrị ịbụ our fortress. Anyị kwesịrị ịghọta ya bulie n'azụ obi anyị that na this place has to succeed. Or negotiable. Some of the things in Melon during the war, pre the war or after the war, I was having a conversation with my friend today and here, and when you have a president, it has never been wrong. Because if you want to tata when ebo bido, if you want to tata when ebo bido, obodo obo na efo na eme ifo bo na pa na eme today, eji malopa and when ebos. The way our political elites, our political leaders, or the so-called elites say meketa, I can tell you, that bad, but I can tell you that they were also similar. They are similar. They are not proactive. Miri other is a miri until mira majo paro. Our people and it is also stems from the culture. I am more centralized system of government. I am too democratic, which we are too democratic and too republican, which hampers a lot of things. Because it allows everybody to grow. So onye ọbụla bụ oke, enwere onye nwere ike ịkpọpụta kịta na sị na ya ga-ekwu okwu onye ọbụla gee ya ntị, because onye ọbụla mere gịnị nwere okwu, ma onye ma nke ọ na-ekwu ma onye amara nke ọ na-ekwu. N'ala Igbo onye ọbụla nwere okwu. It has a lot of negative implications whether you like it or not. So if I be a challenge I know when we try to come together or somehow bring ideas together to see how we can solve again really issue because no one will open. So the solution now. First of all, I got that now we need to find a way I get to navigate this thing. I got that now I have a threat to other people's existence. I have a threat in the sense that they feel that we are dominating them, which is true. They feel that we are taking over their land, which is true. To them, I'm not saying that it is true on our own side. This is their truth, and you can't eradicate that. Now, how do we allay this fear? One of the things somebody told me about the Israel, the Jews, or the people in Germany, how they use some subtlety, some diplomacy, different strategy to navigate some of these things, which I find it very difficult to accept because all the affair it fit into that. So I got to reconfigure ourselves so that we will begin to allay these fears. That's number one. Then number two, like I mentioned, okay, I think this should be number two. Number one is that we have to make our home a fortress to reckon with. We have to build this place to become very, very developed. That's number one. The number two is that we have to figure out ways we can navigate around this situation to begin to allay this fear. Reduce, not like I'm not suggesting we need to like suppress ourselves or hold ourselves or reduce. No, we have to find a way to make this thing work. Is either that we take soft power very seriously. I've said it several times. We need to take soft power seriously and begin to invest in it so that we can use that soft power to increase our visibility and work so hard in decreasing any form of fear. It is possible. This is what America did. After the war in Japan, after the bombing of Japan, what did America do? America realized that they have done a lot of atrocities. They started investing in soft power. They started investing in in things that will make Japan today. Japanese don't see Americans as threats. They don't see them as enemies. So we need to begin to invest in soft power so that we can exert our strength, our energy without eliciting any form of fear or any form of danger from our neighbor. It is very important. So, and finally, before I use.
Uche, biko,
yes, before I use. So the final point I want to make is that upon follow the idea of Amaramonka we hear question in public. But some of them are very sensitive. So all of them make whether we're not public. And let me just round up that now. If I go our destiny, this is where we have found ourselves. Oh, ye jibolo kana patako. Oh, ye bibi ke wuli yesu. Oburu anyi ma buso sondi no noboda. Obulu na anya ade ma ofuma. Una mako eba isi weputa. Unu mala eba isi weputa. wee fụ ebe anyị nọ kịta ọ bụrụ gị ịbụrụ onye Igbo you will feel the same way about ndị Igbo maka na ebe anyị si wee pụta ndị buru anyị ụzọ wee fụ ndị ọcha buru anyị ụzọ wee fụ ụzọ buru anyị ụzọ wee jebe ije ka anyị just know from nowhere in less than a decade I take over everything. Ọ bụrụ gị nwa ịbụrụ onye Igbo ị kwesịrị iwe iwe ị kwesịrị ịkpọfa asị so ka anyị nwakọta ya ịtụ anwa were akọ na uche na-esonye bụ ife ebe a ka m na-ejedebe daalụ.
Dalo so much, Anambra Person. Okugi Balagba. Ikugo, so many things very important here, and I'm sure everybody is listening. I just want to say something, just a little correction. This is not our destiny. This is our reality. We will decide our destiny. Mana, Dalo so much. If you put this so, I hope everybody is listening carefully and noting down. One of the things you have said here that is very, very key, that I think that we need to invest in is to find ways to share information, useful information, not just about our history, but information like I think Kindi can suggest now because when I get back at later, I guess we post to if and the matter go download or go along. I get in a video come in let's listen out to it. Yeah, well, with the more knowledge because knowledge is got power. If I imagine a level enough to handle the magnitude of what we are dealing with on water if it's janyo mana dalo rinne kai ganiru kedu next person get now. Okay, Daniel, you said Daniel, you just have Daniel, you have a minute to rebut. After the minute, I will have to move to the next person because I know you've waited for quite a while now. Just take your time to do what you need to do. Then we'll move to the next. After you comes Kenny or Ibawuchi. After you is Ibauchi or Nyebuchi, one of you, I don't know. Please help me, service culture. Priscilla. Daniel Ganiru.
Okay, all right, thank you, Kumia. This is just a report at Makana Nkuloku. Astram na ndị Igbo adịrọ politically relevant. Asị na one event I mere n'Enugu nwanne anyị nwoke Professor Pat Utomi Kuloku na nkata ụmụ ibe. We kwuo na ndị Igbo adịrọ strategically relevant and not justify here. So I'm quoting him. And I think na problem I na dey but na this averse to contrary opinion like imago ekwe ife imago so and argument ma torogo tonanti you just want to dismiss it without thinking deeply about it. Only an example that there nobody could just like here Uchekulu. He mentioned the issue of middlemen minority. Kawakwa kaisi wena abambo during the 60s. Mane ekuna sa today we are strategically irrelevant and Ogosi based on our own political structure. You understand? They go down the Nachia in the Nachia and the governors and the senators and the House of Reps. They can see a bagua, they can see a moment. There was a Ghana to come in an election, last election. I am where they can at least Alex Oti. Ejuena Imago name put a year in you. They can then cause us Wena Bagua. The former governor of Ebonyi State, Minister of Works, again. So these things be all be cool. Let's accept it. And one of the perfect. You understand? And one of you can wear a better experience about Kasalefa than even the person of Professor Patu Tommy. You understand? And one of you, I don't show anyone never kita experience but South Nigeria more masala than Monday. So all God come man na go one years you understand? I mean you kuna. If you know na na-eme ewekwala ebe anyị na-eri mperi anụ mbọsị ọbụla anyị kwubiri kweta na enwe ebe anyị na-eri mperi bido mezi bịa ife anyị na anyị na-afụ ha ncha niile ya dismiss. It's not necessarily our destiny. It's just that we've not put in the work because otu o si wee mee ndị ọzọ o nwere action fa taking. You get? And ọ bụkwa na anyị bido take wekwa similar actions, I think we'll do better as a people. Anyị na-eme ọfụma economically, anyị na-eme ọfụma academically, name of mana commerce, business, the ndị ọzọ. Mana politically, I can lead imperi. You understand? And just like Uche Siweko, diplomatically, I can impere. We are widely traveled. They widely traveled. I don't even see Igbo people now as that enclave in the Igbo. We are now global citizens, but we are still not utilizing that global power. So until we start utilizing that global power, we may not get that kind of respect we want to get in Nigeria. So I challenge each and every one of us today to start thinking about how to get that global power and global influence. Thank you very much.
Dalo so much. Onyebuchi, I think you came before the other people. So Ganiru, if you're around, Ganiru. And if you want to speak, because raise your hand so that Kayale jump again. I think that's why I almost skipped him. Onyebuchi, if you're available, please speak. Your mic is yours. Okay. It seems he's not available. Ibauchi.
Ndewo. Nọ na n'olu m.
Gaa n'iru.
Ndewo. Biko nụ, ha okwu dị mkpa. Ana m ekele ndị kunye na ndị gbakọtara ọnụ tinye ihe a na-eme today, ihe a na-eme ugbu a. Igwu na eziokwu. Achọghị m ịbịa lewe anya ihe gbasara nsogbu anyị nwere n'ala Igbo. Ọ bụ ka agaghị ebe solution. Otu a ga-esi mee ka ọganihu bata n'ala Igbo. Mana nwere ihe m chọrọ ka mkpu na nkenke. Achọrọ m ịkọwara ozugbo anyị niile were ụzọ abụọ atọ. Nke mbụ, anyị niile ma ha na-akpọ igwe bụ ike. Anyị makwa onye aghala nwanne ya. Anyị niile makwa akụrụ ụlọ. Biko ụmụnne anyị, ma ndị nọ na Naịjirịa, ma ndị nọ na mba ọzọ, o nwere ha anyị mere afọ gara aga kpọrọ ụzụ mgbe eche na ọ dịghị possible. Anyị gbakọtara ọnụ ịgba mba niile na ọ na-achọ onye nwere ike ịhazi obodo bụ Naịjirịa, na ọ dị possible ịchọta somebody nwere character, nwere capacity, nwere competence. Ozugbo anyị niile n'ebe a nwere ike ịma mmadụ dị ka nna anyị ukwu Michael Okpara, Dee Sambakwe, Peter Obi. Anyị na-elezi anya ebe nna anyị ukwu LS Oti nọ. Achọrọ m ịkọwara ozugbo anyị niile. Aga na obodo niile n'ala Igbo, communities, ị nwere ike ile anya nyoo anya. Ị nwere ike ịhụ ndị dị ka Sam Mbakwe. Ị nwere ike ịhụ ndị dị ka Dee Michael Okpara or Peter Obi. Eche m, ele anya na steeti ise anyị nwere, onwe ka anyị nwere ike iji zụkọta ọnụ chọta mmadụ dị ka Dee Sambakwe ka anyị jiri nweta LS Oti, tinye ha na steeti ndị a niile. Achọghị m ka a bịa kwuwa ihe gbasara, amana m na ụfọdụ na-ekwu ka anyị ụzọ ihe gbasara ebe oke nwere ike iji tinye referendum. Nke ahụ anọghị na constitution. Achọrọ m ka anyị nwere ike ụzọ anyị nwere ike leverage na this Nigerian constitution ji ya weta good governance n'ala Igbo. N'ihi ọka ahụ ka anyị nwere ike imefu. N'ihi na a na-ekwu da ozugbo anyị niile n'ebe a mana a united family, ọ dị m ka progress na-anọ na ka ahụ ka okwu nke abụọ gbasara onye aghala nwanne ya. Ụmụnne anyị ndị nke nọ na awụ ndị nke nọ na South East ma ndị nke nọ na North Central, Benue na Kogi, ma ndị nke nọ na South South, Delta, Rivers na ndị nke ọzọ. Echere m anyị na-ele anya ihe gbasara good governance, anyị na-ele anya ka anyị nwere ike iji mezie ala Igbo awụ obodo ise anụ kọtọrọ ọnụ, chọta ndị dịka Oti, ndị dịka Peter Obi, tinye ha na gọvanọ. N'ọwụ mgbe anyị chetara ndị dịka Peter Obi na Desa Mbakwe na Michael Okpara ka ha nwere ike ha chọrọ ịrụ ihe dịka relue ga-ezu ozugbo ala Igbo niile, ọwọkụ ga-ewetara development n'ala Igbo niile, n'ihi na ha niile na-erizi the same way. Anyị nwekwara ike isi na otu ahụ jikwa tinye aka na ndị na lokal gọọmenti na ọda seneti na ihe ndekọ ọzọ. Ama m na ihe anyị mere n'afọ gara aga ọgbalụ ji Igbo niile ahụ na ọ dị possible na anyị nwee ike, anyị na ụmụnne anyị ndị nke n'ala bekee nwee ike mekọta ọnụ na anyị nwere ike itinye LS Oti na Peter Obi n'ozugbo steeti Igbo niile. Ọ dị possible. Ihe m na-akọwara ndị mụ na ha na-anọ, agara m ka m gbuo ya nkenke. Kemgbe emechara elekshọn, akwụsịbe m gị jụọ nne na nna m, jụ ụmụnne ndị ke na East, akwụsịbe m iji ozi ọma good governance. Otu ọbụla nwere ike itinye aka ime ihe encourage ndị nke obi jọrọ njọ n'ihi na ihe mere anyị afọ gara aga. Ma ị chọrọ ya na good governance na Nigeria, ma ị chọrọ ya na nke ala Igbo, adị m ready to talk. And mụ have been educating ourselves, ma ndị nke n'ebe m bi, ma ebe m na-arụ ọrụ, ma ndị nke nọ n'ụlọ. Eche na ọwụ communication a dị very very important ozugbo anyị niile n'ebe a, ka anyị ghara ịda mbe, ka anyị continue na-eme ya. Anyị nwee ike ị na-ehe odu ha accountable, ma ndị dịka Les Oti, ma ndị ka ọhụrụ anyị like now Anambra steeti na-abịa afọ, I think afọ na-abịa, o nwee ka anyị nwere ike iji chọta ma Soludo chọrọ ichegharị ma ọ bụ chọrọ ibido mkpọwa agwa ọma nsogbu anụ, mana o nwee ka anyị nwere ike inweta onye nwere ike ị na-compete with LS Oti n'ala Igbo, ọ ga-adị easier ịtọn mistake anyị mere na Imo steeti, anyị nwee ike correct ya, n'ihi na onwe ụzọ ọzọ anyị nwere ike iji weta ọganihu n'ala Igbo na-awụghị leverage on Nigerian Constitution na election, iji chọta ndị dịka Desa Mbakwe, Michael Okpara na Peter Obi, tinye ha n'ọchịchị. Eche na anyị nwere ike imefu ya. Ihe ọzọkwara INEC na court judicial na police ha. Ama m na ọ dịghị ofele, mana ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta ọnụ, ama m na ọ dị possible. Biko nụ, egwara m unu ihe okwu Igbo atọ. Nke mbụ, Igwe bụ ike. Ka abụọ, onye ala nwanne ya. Ka atọ, akụrụ ụlọ. Onwe ka anyị nwere ike iji na-eme ihe taa. Ụmụnne anyị ndị nke nọ na Rivers ma ndị ha hụ ka anyị ji na-agba mbọ. Ana m enwere m ihe m jụrụ somebody si, before Nigeria ke Nigeria ọ na Africa, ka ebe ndị ikpere ka ndị ka ọ ndị nke ọzọ nọ na Benue, ka ebe ha nọ onwere ihe dịka steeti. Anyị si na eluigwe vụọ ha ka asụ pụpụ ha pụpụ ebe ha nọ. They have been there. Mana ewerela politics because amara na ndị Igbo nwere otu obi, Nigeria Africa ga-emepe, na-atụ anyị aja. Biko nụ, jisie n'ike. Ana m anụ ihe unu na-eme na ọ na-agba aja obi ọma. Ka Chineke gozie onye ọbụla. Ndewo.
Daalụ. Okwu ga-amaka. Anwere ife nchọrọ ikwu n'English, mana ka isi wee sụọ Igbo, ọ fụghị m arụ ịkwụsị sụọ Igbo na eziokwu. isi wee kwuo ife niile na-ekwu nọ kwuo ya n'Igbo ka ya si ifu nọọsụ Igbo ka ị na-asụ ana ọsọ kam dede daalụ ama m na anyị ncha niile nụrụ ife o kwuru na okwu ife o kwuru gbara ọkpụrụkpụ ife o kwuru bara uru anyị etinye ife a niile n'ọrụ ka ọ ghara ịbụ sọsọ okwu ka anyị na-ekwukwa n'ebe ahụ ka wee bụrụ ndị na-emekwa eme nwayọọ nwayọọ anyị werezie nwayọọ bịakọtabazie ọnụ mekọtabazie ife ọnụ ka ọ wee banyela anyị ọfụma. Daalụ once again.
Yeah, Chuka, always some people I feel in a space, maybe if I'm please, if you come on Obunichori Poku, you have to put your hands up. If not, at least keep I make a feeling it be ready.
It's my time, right? It's my time.
Yeah, but I can't get the up, so I'm you just want to.
No, I've been up since. I think it was.
Your hands are not up. Your hands.
Okay.
God's will, so God's will can carry the up here.
Sorry, I had it up until I was turned a speaker. Sorry.
Maybe was your hand paining you? No problem, Sha. When you can get on your bona, when I couldn't open it, you could be con. Okay, Kenny. Odogun. Ganiru.
All right. Okay, so I greet Ekenem Moyobuna. Ekenem Unchani Nekenefane Chalunundo. I'm a Muna Nifem Nekofma. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Daluno. Since I na trust solution. Because unu bara mobukwa no me comes to divert ya when so one hebero yubo unu balum yeah some can really no ge. Since I na trust solution because I need a neighbor. Onwe no kai esi we muta ka esi eme. Onye no ode nwa ihe small akwụkwọ. Nwa ihe akwụkwọ. Let him small kunu we what of ma. Somebody like Anambra first son touched around that, or some other person Korea. Now my kaya is name within the represent because in the represent had in Nebucha Murife for the past 40 years now. Hani Nebucha Murife, brother Bernard, all of them. On one and come go, Nkobuna Gaffel, Ophilia, and what a gift or Nando, Ebony never nonsense, Obasalofa, only if I can only Igbo, Hawatalia. Now, mmadụ na-akparị gị based on this discrimination. Ọkwanụ mgbe a na-akparị gị wụọ gị na ka mmadụ ya na-discriminate agwa gị okwu anyhow. What ahụ? Gị na mmadụ na-ese okwu otu a mụ na gị nọ na mụ na gị na-ese okwu. M na-adụghị aka n'ọnụ adụghị aka n'imi. Ịgba m nkịtị m dụọ gị ya n'anya. Ya anyị dụkpọ gị anya. Meaning I've so intimidated you to the extent that you could not bounce back even when you hit the wall. That is nonsense. Gekwa ntị o. Onye kosolia ndị na-represent anyị. Ịmana ka o si wee dị kịta. Ana Igbo afụtali ya asị war torn zone. Ọkwa solution ka anyị na-achọ. Ka anyị bidogodo ebe a. Ebido ebe a akwanyewala anyị ugwu. In the sense that Ana Igbo dị ka war torn zone. Ị na-agba ilo. Ịgbacha the whole of north. Gbaa nke south. Mgbe ọbụla itinye n'isi na mpaghara Ifedia. Ndịda east. Enough from pillar to post. And where checkpoints. Now, if I were checkpoints, some of them can amount Igbo. As if I read to Nani, Chiniake. Well, Gaffel also driver, Yanyazi, Gaffeted the checkpoint, whether or police or mopo or army. If I can Mechi, even as I'm speaking to you right now. I missed all these things on me. MONI was a House of Rep member, senator, or somebody well on, even traditional rulers. Ye just siren, but fell that same place, a clear also, or manju biano, because Kefendi Amel, gonna meleji weji de fe tua. Father Judge. Now I will tell you that I once had an experience. Nugu. Mpaghara Mina. Kaputa nilo, akusimoto no nimia. I'm a filmmaker. I was going to shoot in Mina. They were waiting for me. I was running late. Aputano za akwụsị onye moponwa na ndị amị so ha na-asị nkewa. One quick counselor was passing with the small details, security details. Ọkwụsị sụọ n'asụsụ fa jụọ ọgana. ndị polisi maba jijiji ndị amị nwa maba jijiji na na-eme cheka ọsọ ọgụnụ men na ndị oyirigo ndị ori asị mba kekwana ihe eji ewesti time ha asị na asị na enweburu ezuru ori day before yesterday nọ efe eme ji wee kwụsịba moto today ọsị ọ bụzie moto a ndị a nọ n'ime ya ka ifili onye ori nwa nọ n'ime after 3 days ago ha sị ya sorry nna m eweta ebe m si abịa sị ya sorry ọsị ya rapụ ndị a ka ha jebe ebe ha na-eje na nwee biznes a na-eme atọrọpụ moto anyị agbafele etu a ọkwa 1 ka m fụrụ afọkwa m anọda 1 a m fụ ka emela anyị etu a meaning na ndị na-represent ndị a na-etinye ọnụ n'okwu ọha na eze ndị Igbo wee kpovuru bread mmiri mara since God knows when ha ji wee na-eme exist onwebe mgbe fa nọkọta one day say bịa let alone our governors ha na-eji siren agbafeta this checkpoint and seeing their own people lined up onwe nke na-ajụ ese bịa gono medal and guess what he has given to the people na-emekwa gị discriminate against on a look down on you onye ha moral now enough audacity onye nke enyere onye isi any military barracks or any security agency ọ nọchi boys tie n'ilo a na-anakọ ego makwa gị na na-eme extort n'ime penny now a na-eme extort emejeke ana ifo ebe a na-ekwukwu onye Igbo ọ ebe ga na-anụ ya mma agbago onwere ife ga-eme meaning na go shoot you and not go happen. Now people they talk this talk give a certain set of people now bro phone it's a fucking tribe for crying out loud. E call be ekwu odi okwu a n'iru ndị nwasị n'ofu ebe nwa na-ekwu okwu ya mpaghara ebe a na-ekwu okwu ya like a tribe. Na ndị nke anyị niile agba nkịtị ha ya na-agbafe. Now I will not lie to you. Last Christmas it happened. I saw it. I even saw it on social media. One Anambra son. I don't know who that motherfucker is, but I believe on Anabia, on Anono Christmas. Put on those that if you hold up a buffalo. But I heard that he's something in whatever that idiot Soludo got me. You have because when you met a friend by Soludo idiot. I beg you. What the guy I brought my guy, boy, he used to be my guy. I used to respect him. After he was CBN governor till he became governor, I used to respect him until Wokema Kuelibon and I goes on Mirimuawatazia. Oh, he be at that as the Montonanti, Yona Suzina, like a West English. Before I'm checking out Britannica and Encyclopedia Coach. But now, I'm like a West Corner. So now that guy, I think, works under him or something. Now the guy, Equachiro, Joan Diami, Organ, Gonomel. And what the reason then you Wokema? Yana boys ya and his own security to web proposal. The mad number befa. In a chonyori, in the mad working on one you do familiar, no na ime either boss or their own private car. Or how much do you hear nacho? Is you airport or aeroplane? Mpa. And onye jiginane. Ama de hena so or de utediana. Onye na cheba feleba. Kaneje ihe ha ka after Anambra ọ ka na-ejekwa Ebonyi ọ ka na-ejekwa Calabar ọ ka na-ejekwa Ụmụahịa or somewhere ọ gbasalụfa ha nọ there e waste people's time and that is business time and money going down the drain resources ga kekwana force ejiwe mala Igbo ọ bụ business ma truck mefe except when you are now going back that's when the other lane they don't have much of those checkpoints mana I'm asking ọ bụ nwe ka ọkwa solution ka anyị na-achọ ọ bụ nwe nnọọ ka anyị esi wee ma ide akwụkwọ ma ịkpọ these people all out through whatever platform especially that ọhaneze site gbabafa ọgọnọdụ even governors gwaba na ị na-agbafe n'ilu a juke na-ese ka ihe mere ndị a ji wee nọ from pillar to post na ị maka esi agụ electric pole please wherever you are you check here your street the distance between one pole to another. Or can this checkpoint is where eba na-enwe ụdị fa bụ only in a war-torn zone. Onye na-anọ dị agha na Igbo a. Agha nwa obebe since how many years ago? It can eme from pillar to post in eji ndị mmadụ. Asịgodo na ndị nwa bụ IPOB or ndị nwa bụ ESN na-eme anadrọmma. Fa nọrọ n'ilu a, fa nọ n'ime ọfịa. Ijere n'ime ọfịa chọwa ịbịa chọwa ndị si travel maybe onye si Lagos na onye si Abuja na bịa inwuche ya n'ụzọ Asifani nekopụta aka tinye n'enu. Are you serious? Na kezi ọ dị let down karịrị nka I know ebe a na-akọ na discriminate. Start solving the problem from your home. When these people, even traditional leaders, start talking, then akwanyewere anyị nwa obere ugwu a. Ọ mgbe aka ordinary recruit nọ na any security agency ya gwakwa gị na ọ dọkwa izi etu a. Now you will see it reflect in other people, including your social media food soldiers. They will now see you like, okay, no according here around these people, regardless of how the politics and the system is skewed against them. Some kind of thing and guess what? To every state in the southeast is the same thing. Once you cross Asaba, I'm sorry. It is the same story. Pillar to post. Well, no, I think this is the first solution to everything. I know onto citizen of this country. I suppose citizen of this country. And mind you, we are not just citizens, we are paying citizens. I know who we fene. Or zero no. Abankwedi I mekana mo wine, so I na bambu ya we go ụgwọ nọ n'enu ya. Even mgbe a na-eme akwụchakwa ụgwọ akụtukwe ya o. Anyị edie ya jekwa ebe ọzọ bidokwa n'isi again. We are not just like that in Nigeria, we are like that every other place in the world. Ọ bụrụ na anyị just kwuru emebe ọka anyị dị ọka esi wee mee ọka Chukwu si wee kee anyị. Do you understand? So now if you ask me, I think one of the first and very best solutions around this whole thing anyị na ha ekwu okwu ya bụ ka anyị bido n'ime. Yes, thank you, Nam. Ka anyị bido n'ime ọba ndị nke anyị okwu gwaba ha n'oge because ọ dị nnọọ ka ha amarọ mana ka anyị gwabazie ha kịta. In fact, if possible, ka anyị drag bafa. Nna m ịgbara nkịtị ọ na-eme na bei ụzọ a ndị a kwuru like almost 10 checkpoints. Ọ bụrụ na be gị ka o lidiri to ịbụrụ onye Imo agwa gị n'ọrụ Imo gị ịbụrụ onye Abịa agwa gị ịbụrụ onye Anambra agwa gị ịbụrụ onye Abịa agwa gị ịbụrụ onye Enugu agwa gị ịbụrụ onye Ebonyi agwa gị tinye n'ọnụ n'okwu a ọ ka m si wee fụta nke m. Iwe wonu na I'm taking a small time. God bless you all. Onye Igbo ka mbụ daalụ no.
Daalụ nwanne m. Thank you so much. Kedu onye gekwu next? Gospel and Afam kwenye buzo.
Come go next. Give me a very short.
Okay, ngwa ajibusu ga n'iru. Onye mpịawa azụ. Onye agha.
Ekene m onye ọbụla. Ekene m onye ọbụla na-ege ntị. It came at the very short. So buying well the very or the very simple and solution, yeah, the very simple also. Ọ bụrụ na anyị chọọ ka ife change na Igbo, two things. Ndị ya change eweta genuine change na Igbo bụ ndị Igbo na America, specifically America. Ndị Igbo na America. Ọ bụrụ na ndị Igbo na America bịakọọ ọnụ si that ife a na-eme na be anyị akwụsị. Jebe ije maybe if ife kwesịrị ime. Trust me, give it few more years, or you change. Ọ bụrụ na ndị Igbo na America, ndị Igbo nwere mmadụ, especially n'obodo Igbo na America specifically, na America and UK, but I use America for certain reasons. Ọ bụrụ na ndị Igbo na America kete n'ọla so that na ife a na-eme na be anyị mba na ọ ya akwụsị. Jebe ije ya. Ife niile dị n'ụwa a na-ejeli ije. Amebe ife kwesịrị ime, jebe ije ya. Kwụba aka n'ụzọ kwesịrị ịkụ aka. Believe me and you, it might take some few years mana ọ change. Ndị Jews anyị na-afụ anyị na-akpụ n'ọnụ mgbe ọbụla anyị na-afụ ndị Israel. Ndị Jews na America mere ife kwesịrị ime. Onye ọbụla wee na-enyefe respect onwe today. So ya kọcha ihe a niile anyị na-akọ. Ihe a niile anyị na-akọ mgbe ọbụla anyị na-akọ na social media. Because problem all the very, very problem anyị, all the very, fast, all kali anyị nwa, all the very deep. Ịghọtago? But I wouldn't, bụrụ ya abịa, bụrụ ife niile ka mmadụ abịa kpaba, publicly, but trust me, ndị Igbo nọ America specifically, mụsọ ọbụla fatete n'ụla so that na ihe a na-eme na be anyị ga-akwụsị ya, ihe a na-eme n'ala Igbo anyị ga-akwụsị ya, ọ ga-akwụsị. Daalụ.
Daalụ nwanne m. Ndị Amerịka, ndị Igbo Amerịka, unu anụgo ya nụnụ. Igbo Amerịka, unu ga-ejezi gbaa izu mara ife unu ga-eme from your end. Ife enyi dị n'ime erika, ife anyị ncha ga-eme erika, mana ndị Amerịka megodi nke unu ga-eme ka ndị nọ na Naịjirịa mekwa nke fa ya eme. Okay, ka anyị gaa n'iru. God's will, biko.
Okay.
N'ọnụ.
Okay, ndewo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m. So aga ihe m ga-ekwu, most of you have heard about it, and anyị agbatara the solutions anyị suppose itinye in place based on the situation on ground, because my experience with this tragedy, okay, na na-ebu anyị n'ala Igbo, it's been nothing short of traumatic, because like most of us know, most of them are diaspora, especially those of us know na US, we when here name na Nigeria na because I know na America, we don't care, we just living our life. But mgbe anyị bidoro hụwa otu ndị a na-ebusi na-ekporo nama na-abịa na-eme invade our communities, to the extent na the last onye n'ọchịchị Buhari say that we must create grazing routes gana abata n'ala Igbo, or else. So I said, why can, because most of us know that this thing, we live in Texas, we live in New York. We eat steak, honey. We buy meat and we eat meat. So, but I know who even they may supply the meat, they brew their atu na bia na ihu na bia na ihu ozanji. The essence is you cannot. There is no way. You can see make conditions before I get the Ali Boge. Get access to meat and all that. He must have, he must give them place Hageji, Grace Yadaka. So at the end of the day, so that brought some of us into the political scene because we could not withstand the shame, the humiliation, the trauma that the structure was unleashing on our people. And even before then, like most of you know, my oil and gas infrastructure business, who investors that wanted to invest, we were able to convince them as Nagi may invest in Alibo, build refinery, build some gas plants and all that. I say, okay. They invite Kambiana Abuja, they may discuss. Majibi Abuja saying that we should change all the documents. All those is actually built in Alibo. Can I build in Abauchi? Can I build in Ukwausa? But that is not this thing. Can build oil and gas infrastructure in Ukwausa? In way hydrocarbon, in way man, gas. You only build infrastructure where you have the hydrocarbon in subsurface reserves, so that you can produce it. And you can transport it anywhere you want. You can build the pipelines. You can build the infrastructure that will be able to move those, whether a crude oil you move here to Ghana refinery or the gas plants you move here to the industries or manufacturing all across the country. You do that, but you cannot build the extracting infrastructure about you or na Nugwausa. I think that was even the time happy to spend I don't know how many millions of dollars in trying to find oil and gas in Nugwausa. But the thing is this, they frustrated that effort on more than a dozen occasions that I came. In fact, to the extent that the last attempt to marry in North Carolina, I had to go and meet him. I told him, look, this is what we need to do for our people, because if we can't implement this strategy this infrastructure, there is no way we can be able to develop Alebo. This guy was just nonchalant. He was so lackadaisical about the whole thing. So at the end of the day, that was what drove me. I said, you know what? We don't even have anybody representing our interests in political office. There's nobody to talk to. In fact, the people Igbo, we are even actively working against the betterment, prosperity of our brothers and sisters in Igbo. So that was why I said, no, this cannot happen. If we have to go in there and break the table and smash the table, we have to go in there and fight for the politics. And by the way, while at this, I have to debunk a fact. Amami IPOB was doing positive influence. They were sending, grants, empowerment funds to Alebo. I know that because I was part of it. From Houston here, we know how much we send, not less than $200,000 to $300,000. So, and that was under the basket, under the structure of IPOB. There were positives, lots of positives of what IPOB was doing. So at the end of the day, I know nobody can be perfect. Yeah, you can point fingers and criticize, okay, Onyendu could have done this and all that. But at the end of the day, there were some very strong positives. And the lives I touched positively. The lives I'm going to influence, I'm going to impact by those money we sent back home. So back to the solution. So when I heard, and I advise everybody if you can, and I talked about this on the previous space, in a chance, God reviewed the video and the materials of how geometric has been struggling for the past 15 to 20 years. This geometric everybody may celebrate how they, even in the Wales snatcher the one actually they cut to the ribbon. You have to, if you read how they frustrated this Bartholomew Nagy, his effort, how much he spent, hundreds of millions of dollars. Look at Airpeace trying to put secure a route from Nigeria to London. How they frustrated him for so many years, for decades. Look at all the frustration they give to him also. So it is not a matter of having the ability to bring investments in Alebo. It is the criminal infrastructure that is stopping us from doing it, frustrating us from doing it. Because I guarantee you, with thousands of geometric of Bartholomew Nagy non diaspora, not America, and with thousands of America actually may human Alebo. And with thousands of Airpeace, and with thousands of Chief Innocent, actually mean something positive in Alebo. But those people have been frustrated, and they don't come out to say it. The only thing I came to say was the only reason why I'm saying mine, because I actually was in politics. But there are thousands of us that have been frustrated. I know those people. I know Peter, one of my colleagues, that tried to do several things. I know George. Okay? I know Uche. Uche Nkamula had to say we tried to pull something, and he got frustrated so many times. So at the end of the day, this structure, the zoology in Nigeria, they have all this is built and designed to make it impossible for even people, our brothers and sisters in our diaspora, to bring the value to our people back home. But we are going to crush that blockade, and this is our solution. We need to get into politics. It's about time that we stop letting those that don't care about Alebo to be in office. That must stop. We need to have people. Tori dozi obodo. Ti Alebo first. We have to start putting those people in office. We have to galvanize, build the capacity, and start putting, because those are the people that will make this, that will facilitate and remove the blockade that is preventing diaspora from investing. Look at the Alex Oti, what he's doing. He has opened the door, but we need more Alex Oti. He can't do it all by himself. We need Alex Oti in the Senate. We need Alex Otti in all the Igbo states. We need Alex Otti in Ebonyi. We need Alex Otti in Anambra. We need Alex Otti in all the Senate, all the National Assembly.
Okay. You could get round this up or the guy could
So here's the thing. So we have to put ourselves in political office. We have to bypass the Nigerian infrastructure. I've talked about this because I know when I was in Nigeria, there's a whole lot of frustration dealing with the Nigerian banks. They have a criminal infrastructure that constantly makes sure that they undermine any of the efforts that you make as far as trying to build capacity with your bank account, even in your business. You all know working capital, how you need to rebuild your inventory and all that. It's impossible to do it when you're backing with the Nigerian infrastructure. And then this is the most important part. And I'll round up with this. I suppose we do for sister city alliances with Western communities. And I'm talking about building strong relationships, not between Nigeria and places like Houston, but between Abia State, our communities, Anambra with Houston. Anambra sister relationship. And I was leading that charge to build a sister relationship between the Houston, Texas and Abia State. And it was already in process because I've already brought in several Congress, Sheila Jackson and all that to the conversation. But we have to begin, and then leading to that, we have to set up a liaison office, an Igbo liaison office in the big cities in America, like the Houston, Atlanta, or New York, an Igbo liaison office, so that our liaison office will begin to facilitate the bridge between our brothers and sisters back home and the brothers and sisters here, including the African Americans. Because when you begin to build that, then you have people that will advocate for your cause and for your interest, not just in Nigeria, but outside Nigeria. And we can go into this. I don't want to hog the mic. I'll release it now. But at the end of the day, there are so many things that we need to talk, the check boxes that we need to check, and we can unpack all that in subsequent days. Thank you.
Got it loaded. Dalo. I like the perspectives we're bringing on this conversation. As in all the case, if na solution Kali. I hope na internet again to find you. We keep thank God if I recorded program. So you can always go back and listen. And while we're having this conversation, we are live streaming on YouTube. Our channel on YouTube, youtube.com/Kunie Media, and also on Facebook /Kunie Media Official. So can we in other places and they reach in the matter. So you can always go back there and listen, and you can always refer people that didn't make it to this space. If I need if I see you can go to YouTube or come to Twitter. The space is recorded and listen. Because if any webinar, it should be kept, like it should be documented so that we can always have reference points when we can apply it to if actually as a people. Who's next? Captain Kajetan Emeze Koganiru.
Okay, yeah, just one more thing. 29 of our brothers and sisters just retired from the army. 29 of our brothers and sisters just retired from the Nigerian army. Take that with a pinch of salt or what you may, but that should be something you should take back and begin to research. Thank you.
All right, Dalo. Okay, Kajetan Emeze Koganiru.
Okwu m ga-ekwu ebe a dị nrọ. Anyị na-atụle ụfọdụ ndị mmadụ na-ekwu ihe dị iche iche. Anyị ekwuola gaa na mpaghara ọchịchị. Anyị lebara ya anya. Mmiri shinishi gbaruo. Anyị ọtụtụ n'ime anyị amaghị ndị a bụ. O nwere ndị a mụrụ kịta amụbatara na-adị onye kọgara ha akụkọ. Can anyone hear me? Hello.
Ganiru and Anifini.
Yeah. Adi onye kọgara ha akụkọ. Adi onye ma ebe anyị shi. Adi onye ma ebe anyị jije. Ndị be anyị ji adị olu sheda onye na-ama ebe ochiche ebe ọla ji eyi ya. Ọ na-amịrị onye ọla na-anọ kokoko na-achụ ego ke ya. Ụkwa here mma mana ọwụ ihe echiche anyị. Nke ahụ otu okwu. Nke abụọ mmụ anyị ụlọ akwụkwọ anyị ege hụ ụmụ standard 6 ka elementary 6 ka akpọga. halewa first school leaving kone ana kopere ha malpractice ndele ma junior wa ka kopiara ha na board ndele we senior wa ka kopia damage umundakere mentally mundakere ma moral value ana be ha na Nigeria umundakere ndaho onde tools na kandoti chojonda umundakere ndaho bet ndeko ọzọ ga-leverage on iji na-edowe obodo anyị na n'olekela ihe mere n'Imo State or ihe mega n'Imo State recently. So generally, I need to move beyond all those sentiments ke lewe anya na your work plan. Ole ebe anyị ga-esi eme ha. Nwanne m nwoke kwuru okwu checking point ahụ maka Chineke last year my heart bleeded. Issue no only have head bridge but Imo State got over 30 before got mission control. Over 30. He got load on a motor like 3 or 4 times. Ya for kononde jije o my ya sheba hija Bible. I need an action plan. Either as a people here or setting up something. Or is in Igbo. Amama mehawawo. And I know I'm not just speaking for myself. I've heard a whole lot of people ask these questions. Amama mehawawo. If they can't call people to order, especially the political elite, they just keep hobnobbing with them. The whole idea of having a socio-cultural group of elites and then transcend the political partisan politics with the ability to call anybody's BS out for the interest of our people. And they are not doing that. They are not. So we have to sit back and look in for ourselves. Oja wumbo la heba sana Nigeria. Sorry, give me some maybe 30 seconds. Oja wumbo mbe la basana Nigeria. Anye pro nihu, which is fine, is our nature. But I need really bronwanyi na anya. Funny enough, just yesterday I watched half of a Yellow Sun again. After reading in Biafra, Africa died. I need create a philosophy or an action plan on how to go about these things. They won't.
All right, thank you. Bikono, I'm going to 5 minutes, everyone. Oh, Bikomelo no host now, co-host ever. I think the next person should be AA, then Vin. AA, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you, everyone. I've been listening, and so far, ịmana onwe ihe mere ndị Igbo ji asị Igbo enwe eze ihe ji asị na Igbo enwe eze nke ndị Igbo bidoro n'oge mara na opinion ofu onye no matter how wise they no person nwere opinion one person's opinion adịghị superior men ndị Igbo ji bido n'oge mara na the best opinion one aggregate of every person's view or views. So when ya, so when you any of us get different from what every other person has said. But I'm going to take care to some things through different ways. So solutions, yes, on Basara as Igbo discrimination. Mana mbu for the yana dem ka before I chota solution. I got bothering area me bobe ya haya of ma onwere ike ịchọta solution ya ngara ahụ so ya dịka mụnwa se person na dem ka discrimination is a bit of a symptom it's more of resentment with the problem. Imago enwere for ndị Igbo. Mana depend magazine a solution now. Depend whether sometimes that resentment then manifests as either they discriminate on ndị Igbo or anatụ ndị Igbo ụjọ na ga dominate. So it depends on how we conduct ourselves per time. That then depends how that or you determine how that resentment is expressed. So between during the colonial times and immediately after independence, no person could discriminate against the Igbo. If anything, the problem is that they feared Igbo domination. Many people do not actually know that in this country there was talk about Igbos recolonizing Nigeria. Do people know that? In fact, when they said to the UNN, one of the propaganda against UNN that Azikiwe was building a university to train people he will use to colonize the West and the North. That's in this country. That the whole idea of action group in the West was to halt what they perceived as the coming Igbo colonization. So because of Guinea, we were able to, the way we charged out within 30 years, and I remember only a few Google a report that Henry Kissinger as a national security advisor wrote to President Nixon about during the Biafran War. He captured it well, where he said the Igbos were the backbone of of commerce and civil services. He talked about how the only thing that unites the rest of Nigeria is resentment against the Igbos. He talked about all those things because we were everywhere, in business, in commerce, in civil service, in academia, everywhere. And all this happened within 35 years. So, move forward. Views in other parts of Nigeria and resent in Igbo. But sometimes I see reasons. Look, we are young, but when you read the history books and put things in perspective, what the Igbos did in this country in 35 years, there's no part of the world you will do it and people will not be afraid. Everywhere, in the military, in just every civil services, universities, everywhere. Because I conduct Runwayo. That's why when we move on, Zik against him. Only Utem Nobi, because Zik arrived here in 1937, right? He came back, stayed in Ghana. After he had issues in Ghana, he came back here. 37. By 1949-50, he had organized Igbos to become a powerful force. And I don't know many how powerful force, so the Insula, who were only thinking about Igbo. No, they were Igbos launching in Nigeria, focusing on fighting for the unity of Nigeria, but being relevant in Nigeria. It wasn't that he was trying to be, isolationist or insular or separationist. No. Anyway, that's about the good side of when we organize ourselves well. But when we do not, like Alochazie War, of course, we had issues. But since after the war, but not just immediately after the war, I think it's more recent. And when we organized, then the discrimination at this is so much. And the discrimination they shortly after the war, but all it a bit covert. But since maybe the last 15-20 years, that now takes me to solution. So one of our things that I think that one of our problems, which I change Yaga's solution, is the fact that we abandoned the Igbo meritocracy. We absorbed the mediocrity of, with due respect, I don't want to bring other people in Nigeria, but now, when a meritocracy that in the Igbo will launch out the first time. And not Katazie, and some of the first program school, if you're brilliant, the community will contribute money and train you. Igbos believed in the best, right? But anyway, so that takes me to solution. So For me, one of the first solutions, there'll be three. One, for me, what we are doing, because there is a taboo around talking about Igbo. In fact, some Igbos see Igbo as a slaw. To talk about the Civil War. Nigeria, when the Igbo who don't want to talk about the Civil War, but I see them talking about Second World War, talking about the First World War, but they don't talk about the Biafran War. Something of to be ashamed about. But for what we are doing now, it remove the taboo around the point of and Igbo need to adjust their ways. That is one. But also then, which takes me to the second point, which as I think Anambra Professor mentioned it, Uche here, is soft power. One of the things Ndi Igbo were organized during the colonial times and the media were soft power. Things like the media, right? Apart from the Azikiwe had like newspaper, West African Pilot, of course, the flagship, but about 6 others, and the interest in about 5 other newspapers in Africa. Many Igbo were writing, publishing, and then our cultural organization, like social cultural organization, Igbo State Union, and so on. Igbo were like that, talking about themselves, investing in publishing. In fact, up until during Abacha, right, we had Outlook. First of all, the first government that established a newspaper was Eastern Region, Eastern Outlook. And even up until 1997, Ghana struggle democracy. Places like Enugu, there was the Eastern Mandate, which was a known, think tank institution. In the 1970s, when Mbakwe Batra, he set up a Hijoko lecture series, which was a harvest of intellectual excellence. Ndi Igbo na Agbako, I will bring the best. You see citations. Ndi Igbo will give lectures about Igbo. Lecture, all those things gone. We fought a war. We suffered pogrom. There is no university in Igbo land in Ehodu. Things like colloquium or workshop or discussion series on the Civil War. There are no center for Igbo studies. There's used to be one in the old Imo State University set up by Professor Chiro. I'm not sure. We don't talk about. So some of those things are the things that we need to invest in. All know the possible. In the buying when they go, there used to be Concord newspaper. There used to be this. They need to start investing in that. We need to tell our story. Like Chinua Achebe will always say, tell your story. Just talk about who you are. Things Fall Apart was Chinua Achebe writing back to what another person had written against the Igbo. He wrote back. So we need to start talking about doing things like that. Soft power is one. But for me, I think the most important one is that people who have I'm saying it in different ways, in a different way, to focus on Igbo meritocracy. In fact, here in marginalization or discrimination, even after the war, 9 years after the Civil War, an Igbo man became vice president and speaker of the Federal House of Rep. Because we were still organizing ourselves. So it wasn't the war that actually made us to be disrespected. Because shortly after the war, just 9 years, I can respect Igbo so much so that an Igbo man became vice president, speaker. In fact, Ogo Obasanjo, the Igbo drew everywhere. There was this Soludo, there was just mention them. But I think it was during the military when we then began to leave politics, some of our best. Michael Okparaha, Alex Ekweme, who were Alex Ekweme, for example, this PDP now, Alex Ekweme organized G38 that set up PDP. He was the man who organized it. PDP's constitution and registration was done. The papers that registered PDP was done in the law firm of Onyabobi, SAN. It was indeed we were politically relevant and strong. But once we then left politics and then we began to have the Rochases and the Ojos or Carlos and the Hopes and all these people, they are populating the place, then some of our best. Because before independence, we had the best in politics. In Njoko, Jaja Nwachukwu, Michael, some of our best. Which is why one of the reasons they disappointed with Soludo. When he came, we thought he was one of the persons who would bring the that renaissance. But as they say, it is what it is. So I think that's one of the things I gave him. Anything when he came, somebody talked about the US or form what looks like a political action group or form. There is no society that's developed without creating a class of people who do, like I said, now something. We must have a group of people who represent our best, who will come and decide. Maybe we form a political action group or whatever we call it, but it has to be, people who think. Then we will come out and say maybe Nimus, they begin to groom people. Periodic, debates or summit or whatever it is, and talk about Igbo principles, people who are grounded about what it takes to be Igbo. Then we begin to plant them in politics, in positions of power. Like in those days when the Igbo State Union will sit. As at 1949, they will decide the Igbo National Bank and the Igbo Infrastructure Bank. 48, 49. These were the kind of thoughts they were having then. We need to begin to have those kinds of people who will sit up, will say, okay, Michael Okpara is the next person who think that will represent, what I will replace Aziki, where he can do it. This person will go here, this person. But all will just ndị wu ọcharacha ọcha ha achabute, all these hope ụzọ dị mma so on. Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m nwebe ọ dị m ka I ga-eme here. So all here are my views. So 3 things to recap. What we are doing here, talk about it, continue to educate people, but also invest in soft power, media, which other way. Even if it means, what does it mean? Cost one rich person to endow a professorial chair in one, like, in fact, I'm thinking of doing it. It's just a professorial chair in one university in Igbo, who will be a professor of Igbo studies, and we begin to talk about how to, engage ourselves in soft power. But the third point, we need to go back to meritocracy. That was what helped us for the 35 years between 1930s and 1965 to, take every person by surprise and take over the country. Not that we excluded other people, but we basically came tops because we focused on merit. So that would be my view. Back to you.
Ago, like I always say, thank you so much. Thank you so much. When they on a request, Kali now, and I actually meet you very soon because now Oku Amambe today. I Oku also next week. Oku also the following week. I Oku Oku until and when real change na Igbo. Because Oku ani Oku na abrosa I get Oku out. Go gelu. Or Bazianime village, Bazianime communities. That we are looking at how we can actually extend this information to people who don't come to Twitter or Facebook or YouTube by just listening to online radio. Fana Genti if I knew when I'm because they have one. I na to allo ana akuzikwalo ndị mmadụ and then nwekwa ife na public education and reorientation ka ndị banyere water what is required ka we ike inwe ọganiru na ala Igbo. Daalụ again Agụ okwu ga-amaka nnọọ. Vin ganiru.
Biko ekelere m unu Igbo ekelere m unu. Enwere ndị na-abịa here ha nara igwe okwu. Enwere ọtụtụ ihe ha ga-ekwu mana a na-eme ka ha kwuo ọsọ ka ha kwuo ọsọ. Ọ na-adabara m n'ihi na enwere ndị ọ bụ na anyị dum ga-ekwurịrị okwu ebe a wụhụ echo chamber mụnwa says na emeela m oke m kwesịrị ime nke m ji wụrụ mmadụ n'inye aka gbasara ka chọwa obodo a na-akpọ Naijiria ka ọ dị mma. Emere m ya na mpaghara ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị nke gara aga, mana ike agwụgo m. So e mere ihe gbasara na ị na-abịa na igwe okwu space anaghịzi m eme ọzọ, but na kama na mbọsị o ruola ụzọ ụka atọ arụ na-adịrị m, so agazi enwere m ohere ịbịa na lee ihe okwu ndị a na-ekwu. Mbọsị ole gara aga enwele okwu ndị a na-ekwu masịrị m, ihe mere m ji gbanye igwe okwu m ka m tinye ọnụ. Ya bụ na enwe mmadụ na-ekwu okwu kwute ihe ị chọrọ ikwu, ị nwere ike gbanyụ ọkụ nke ekwenụ ntị mụtakwana ihe. Ọ wụzi oge ọbụla ka mmadụ ga na-ekwu, n'ihi na o nwere ndị nwere ezigbo ihe ha gara ekwu hie, but a na-arọshi ha okpuchie, a na-akụrụ ha bel, a na-eme nke a. Ọ bụrụ na ọ bụ ụdị okwu a ka unu chọrọ ka m wakwu, aga m ekwu, ama just ka m nọ ebe a gee unu ntị, m ga-ejuru mgbanyụ ihe na-ebenụ na-ebe. Enwere ọtụtụ mmadụ ma m, ọ nwere ọtụtụ mmadụ na-amakwana m. Ana m abịa na igwe okwu ka m kwuo ihe ga-atọ ndị mmadụ ụtọ, ka m kwuo ihe ga-eme ndị obodo obi adị ha mma, ha akụ aka, obi eju ha afọ, ha enwe ojuju afọ, bete enweghị ihe ha mụtara, ihe na-ebenụ na-ebe. Enwere ọtụtụ ndị na-ekwuli okwu bara uru hie. Eto o nwere onye nke kwuru okwu gbasara ndị Igbo nọ na Amerịka bụ ndị kwesịrị ime ka ihe gbasara ndị Igbo ka mba ụwa dum nne ya. Ọ ihe mere m ji gbenye igwe okwu. Ma ọ bụ na agara m agbenye, agara m ahapụ onye ọbụla kwujuo, onye kwujuo agbanyụ ihe, onye ọbụla ezu ike. Onye ahụ kwuru okwu ahụ kwutere ezigbo okwu na ndị Igbo nọ na Amerịka bụ ndị anyị kwesịrị ime. Mụa nọ na Amerịka, anyị kwesịrị, abụ m onye Igbo Amerịka, Goswin nọ ebe a wụkwa onye Igbo Amerịka, enwekwara ndị ọzọ wụkwa ndị Igbo Amerịka n'ebe a. Anyị kwesịrị ime ihe ndị mba ọzọ na-eme. Anyị nwechere ndị na-anọchite anya steeti iwu obodo anyị nọ na Amerịka ebe a. Anyị nwechere ndị na oge ọbụla idere ha akwụkwọ, ha na ozugbo ha na-edeghachiri gị, n'ihi na ama ha nkwado anyị na-enye ha, n'ihi na ama ha na ihe okwu anyị na-ekwu bụ our fundamental right. Ndere onye senetọ m na-represent m na my great state of Nevada now, ndere akwụkwọ 1 week ha ga-reply 1 week, and ha ga na-akpọ. So anyị kwesịrị ime ihe dị otu a, ka ihe mee na ndị Igbo nọ na Amerịka anaghị eme ihe na-ebenụ na-ebe wụdat na ọ bụghị na anyị wu ndị Igbo bịara Amerịka mere ka agwa anyị agbanwee. Ọ naghị eme ya, n'ihi na ihe mere anyị ji dị iche, ndị Igbo ji dị iche na Amerịka wụ na Amerịka nwere iwu, enwere ụkpụrụ na-echedo obodo ha. Ị gaa n'aka iri gị na-aga nke ọma, ị gaa aka ịkpa nwụrụ gị, ọ bụrụ mezebodo ya sị kpechikọm aka akpa gị. Ohe merenụ anyị ji na-eme ka anyị wụ ezigbo mmadụ. Ọ bụghị na anyị wụ ezigbo mmadụ, ndị Igbo na ndị Igbo ibe ha mekọọ ihe. Ke anyị ji biri ebe ahụ na Amerịka, ke anyị ji biri, otu ndị Igbo nọ na Amerịka ji biri wụkwa otu ndị Igbo nọ na Naijiria ji biri. Maka onye mgwọ ịka m, ị chọrọ ịka m, ị nọrọ ahụ na Amerịka na-eme ihe n'otu a, ị chọrọ ka m nwụrụ. Ọ bụ ihe anyị ji n'ebe a na-azọ ihe a na-azọkwa n'ala Igbo. Ihe a mere orie azụghị azụ n'ala Igbo ụkwụ ihe na-eme ebe a na ndị Igbo na Amerịka. So anyị agaghị ejikọla onwe anyị ọnụ ka anyị kwuo ofu ihe. Ndị ebe anyị nọ na obodo ofesi ebe a na-akpọ Amerịka, ma ndị a na-akpọ ndị Juu, ma ndị a na-akpọ India. Ile anya n'obodo India for instance, enwere ebe a na-akpọ Bombay before I was in Mumbai. Ndị na-agụ ihe gbasara mba ndị ọzọ ga-ama na Mumbai ka ọ bụ Mumbai ndị India nọ na obodo ndị ọzọ wụ ndị tax ha kwụrụ ka eji rụọ obodo ahụ. So iwuru onye India wuru onye India dịka onye nwoke nwere Mastercard anyị na-eyuzu, onye India ọ Pakistan, o nwere ihe a na-akpọ ndị oyibo na-akpọ stake na Mumbai n'ihi na ụtasa ọkwụrụ ka eji gụọ. So ọ bụ na ndị Igbo nwere ike jikọta onwe anyị ọnụ nke anyị na-agaghị emekọli, anyị agaghị emeli ya. Ịgwa ha eziokwu, anyị agaghị emeli ya. Mụnwa anọọna n'ọchịchị n'obodo Naijiria na nke gbagoro agbago, anọọna m na nke gbadata agbadata. Amaara m nke ndị ibe anyị nọ n'ọchịchị ha na-eji ewere ọchịchị ahụ, ọchịchị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị ma ọ wụ oche ọchịchị, ihe a na-akpa iwu political platform. Betere onye Igbo ruo ebe ahụ ya tọọ n'ọda political platform, ya wụzie political oche, ọwụkwa platform ya wụhụ oche. Ndị na-arụ na oil and gas na-aga na rig na ihe ga-ama ihe a na-akpọ platform. In oil and gas, in political platform, in oil rig platform, ị ga-ahụzi ọ ga-enwezi like 30 different companies nọ na that platform na-eme different things ga na-support oil a na-edrili ka ọ pụta. Oh, platform. So many people are sitting on it and a lot of people are thriving on it. Political seat platform, but in the Igbo ruo ebe ahụ ha turn way to a seat. May ya wuru something only them can benefit, thereby depriving other people from succeeding from that same platform, which they can liberalize it and they will thrive and every other person will thrive. That is the problem. I got somebody mentioned Dr. Alex Ekweme, 24 more PDP. How is your G8? Dr. Alex Ekweme, that time one around of my university time, that was 1998 to 1999. Poor people like Solomon La, former governor of Plateau State, Dr. Solomon La, how was somebody like former governor of Kano State, Dr. Abba Karimi, from Rivers State, Alabo Tony Graham Douglas, and so forth and so on. Oge Obasanjo si na prison pụta, anọ esi m school Zaria bịa na Mutafabelewa Square na Kaduna ibe for Obasanjo during the campaign. Alex Ekweme nọ ebe ahụ. Ndị dum gbagọjuru n'ebe ahụ. Onye mere ka Alex Ekweme wu onye ekwesịrị inye tiketi ahụ daa? Ọ bụghị onye Igbo. Ji mmụọ obodo. Ọ bụghị onye Igbo. So ihe a na-ekwu na ihe na-atagbu nnabe nọ n'ime nnabe. Ọ bụghị na ọwụwa anahịa, ọ bụ n'ime nnabe. The same problem anyị nwere dịka ndị Igbo wụkwa the same problem ndị isi ojii nọ na America ebe a nwekwere. This slave mentality, this crab on a plate mentality. Ọwụ crab nọ na ndị nọ n'ala na adọdụ pull him down syndrome na adọtụ ndị nọ n'elu. Ọkwa the same problem ka anyị na-enwe na America ebe a. Ọkwa the same problem ndị Igbo nwe. Anyị na-achọ ịwụ head of a rat instead of being a tail of an elephant. Anyị nwere ike bịa ebe a kwuo these things anyị na-ekwu, a na-arịfa Michael Okpara, a na-arịfa Alex Oti. Alex Oti wụ nwanne m nwoke, ọ wụ dede m. Nkọrọ unu ihe mere na election anyị bido since 2015. Unu agaghị amatacha. Ana m ekele Chukwu na ọ bụ the kind of person he is. But unu agaghị aghọtacha na ihe nọ n'ala anyị mere na n'ime ala na-anaghị ahụ anya ka ihe unu na-ahụ anya n'elu ụzọ elu ala kịta. Ekelere m Chukwu na udu mmadụ ọwụ. But how would take somebody like that? He got through Nigerian political landscape to na-echeta ndị mmadụ n'ihi ị ga through election je ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị ndị Igbo. Ha mechaghị ihe ha ga-eme, ha ga-echenji ya DNA. Ndị na-adọ ụlọ ọchịchị n'ebe a nọ na space ebe a ga-aghọta ihe m na-ekwu. Ọkwa ndị ahụ ị bịara ka ịzọpụta. Ndị Igbo anyị na-akpa agwa dịka ụmụnne Jizọs na Baịbụl. Ha ga-emegide gị. Ha ga-eme gị, ha ga-anacha gị, ha ga-ama gị fịọfịọ dịka tutu. So ya wụrụ ya. So ihe gbasara ndị Igbo ịgbakọta ọnụ mee ka ihe gbasara anyị nọ na America ebe anyị ga-emeli ya. But the thing who will bear the card? Onye ga-awụ the leader because somebody want to take glory and anything ha na-eme ha na-enwe political tentacles to it. Ha gachi issue case. Lee oge anọ m na North Carolina oge anyị mere Peter Obi invite. Anyị akpọkọ ndị mmadụ ka ha gbakọta. Ebe e mere hostru Peter Obi awụ ebe anyị kwesịrị host ya. Hostru ya na church na Charlotte instead of a hall. ihe mekwara na ọwụwa ndị Igbo mee ihe ya wuru ihe ndị Igbo instead of ime ya wuru ihe ndị Naijiria. Ndị Igbo atụkachie, ndị mmadụ chọọ ka ekele Peter Obi, ndị na-amaghị ya chọọ ka ekele ndị Igbo na-aga idea ihe eme ha dịka na onye nke anyị onye ọbụla na-asọpọtụ ndị Igbo emeela ha akpachi ụzọ. Onye nọ n'ebe a kee nke anyị ji na-emegide kee our relationship within ourselves. Enwere ihe a na-akpọ SWOT analysis. You can check your strength, you can check your weakness, you can check your threat and opportunity. Ndị Igbo nwere a lot of strength. Gịnị bụ our strength? Anyị dị good in technology. Anyị dị good in commerce and industry. Anyị dị mma. Anyị bido this apprenticeship which ndị Harvard na study today. Anyị nwere ya. But how have we grown from that? How have we progressed from that? A na-ahụ ndị na-agba boy, ị ga-anọ na ịgba boy, rụọ ụlọ gaghị na-arụ, ị ga-akwọ nwa n'azụ, ya ndọrọ ịkwọ n'azụ mara gị ego n'akpa, zụrụ akwa, were isi kụkpọ anyị na-ata gị n'azụ. Ọ bụ ihe anyị na-enwe kịta. Onye Igbo ịkpọpụta, ị ga-ahụ ndị ofe mmanụ bata n'obodo a, ha kpọbata ndị ebe ha obodo ma ọ bụ ndị ebe ha si obodo abata. Onye ofe mmanụ ga-anọ n'ụlọ gị na-asara gị moto, na-eme ihe ọbụla to survive. Onye Igbo ịkpọrọ today kpọbata n'ụlọ gị today, the next thing ọ ga-eme, ọ ga-agba gị mgbe okpuru, ọ ga-agwa ndị immigration, ọ ga-emegide gị na enweghị nke unu ga-eti gị na onye Igbo ibe gị ga-eji mee ihe na Naijiria na Amerịka ebe hapụ iwu na osemokwu ka ọ ga-ebi. Onweghị nke ọgwụ. So ka ihe anyị na-akọ dị onye nke ọzọ kwukwara ezigbo okwu si na o kwuru okwu meritocracy. Gịnị bụ meritocracy? Gịnị na-ekwu okwu Dr. Michael Okpara na-ekwu okwu gịnị bụ meritocracy? Meritocracy bụ gọọmenti mbụ ndị mmadụ ga-atụkọta aka họpụta mmadụ n'ihi na amamihe o nwere, n'ihi na ntụkwasị obi nwere n'ebe ọ nọ, n'ihi na amara ya. Ihe meritocracy pụtara n'ala Igbo. And that's the meritocracy wụkwa mantra Peter Obi ji bịa na election. Gịnị ka o ji bịa na election? You are based on his ability, based on his capacity, and based on his competence. And track record, you can verify. Is this not the meritocracy we are talking about? Ka egbuo ya na ntụ ka ndị mmadụ na-aghọta ihe a na-ekwu. Kịta onye ga-agwa m na enwere onye Igbo na contest election mmadụ atụ ego sọpọtụ ya ibie isi na ụgwọ asị ka m na-atụ ihe a biegode posta gị today na ị na-adị election, ndị Igbo ga-ame gị fịọ ka tutu. Ha ga-anara ego, ha ga-aga na onye gị na ya na-azọkọta nara ego. Ihe ị na-ekwu ị na-ewetara ha awụ ihe ha na-anụ. So ha ga-eme gị na-asị ọgwụgwọ ndị a ka m bịara ịzọpụta. Ha ga-anacha gị mịa gị ọbara ga-eme iru ebe ahụ gị kpọchie ụzọ gị. O ihe merenụ most of the people ị na-ahụ na National Assembly oge ha na-eme ihe ha na-abịa obedient. M sị ha forget about it, they can't do nothing because these people ọ bụ investment. These people they want to recoup. Ịmakwa ego ole 2011 mụnwa anọ m 36 years then. I was just at the threshold of the time he got contest for House of Rep. I came from oil and gas and contested as a 2007, 2011, 12 on election. I spent over 70 million. Lenum, have I woken up from it? So, amam. So, ọ bụ na unu chọrọ ka agbati okwu a ka enwee ike ikwupụta ihe ga-aba uru. Eche m na unu ndị na-ahazi okwu a unu ga-ejisi ike mee ya mbọsị ndị ọzọ, mee ndị mmadụ ndị nwa ka esi ekwu okwu invite ka anyị kwuo okwu, ekwuchikwa n'okwu aka anyị ọnụ, enwe action plan ga-emenụ na a ga-enwe ihe a ga-ebido na-arụ. Ọ bụghị Naijiria ndị Igbo mbụ ndị oke amamihe ikwu nsogbu dị n'akọghị ha ọnụ. Ọwụ onye ga-etinye asị na nwoke maka ndị ụmụaka n'ebe a biko mechie nụ ntị. Asị na nwoke na-ejiji uche ya aka ka mamịrị ya nwee direction. Anyị ga-abịa jiji onwe anyị aka, bidokwa na-ebido gbakọ onwe anyị ọnụ, fụgado onwe anyị n'anya first, gosi ndị ụwa na anyị fụrụ onwe anyị n'anya. N'ihi na asị na otu ịkpọ efere gị mkpọkọrọ ọba, ụmụaka ewere akpụ afịfịa.
Ndewo Mr. Vin Oti, okwu ga-amakakwa na okwu gị dị mkpa. Mana sometimes
Maazị
okay, Maazị Vin. okwu ga-amaka nnọọ ịma na sometimes ọ na-abụ ekwukata okwu ụmụ ụdị okwu a ga-abụ ekwuo dị ụmụ ụdị eziokwu a ga-abụ ekwu ọfụ na ntị mana ibe m ekwukwanụ bụ na enwekwa ịma na two things can be true. Enwere ndị bụ ndị ọjọọ na-eme anya dịka anyị bụ ndị ọjọọ nwekwa ndị bụ ndị ọma na-eme anya dịka anyị bụ ndị ọma ọzọ ndị ka bụ ndị anya amarọ kịta mana ọ dị mma anyị na-esaịdị anyị nekwa saịdị a wee na-ebezi anya ka anyị ga-esi wee dozie onwe anyị mee onwe anyị ka anyị dịkwa anyị bụrụ ndị ka mma ka karịa otu anyị dị kịta mee omume anyị mekwuo improve like ife anyị na-ekwu na-eme na Amerịka ọ na-emekwa everywhere na Nigeria too amangụ ndị be anyị akwa mana enwekwa ndị ghọtagolo na ife ga-eme ka anyị wee gaa n'iru dịkwa na anyị n'aka anọ ndị anwa nọkwa na space a so ife anyị niile ime bụ ka nọmba anwa na-eme increase ka anyị na-akọnekt onwe anyị ife anyị na-abịa ụdịkwa na ihe a bụ conversation maka ndị Igbo ka anyị na-amata onwe anyị na-ekwukọrịta okwu na-enebara anya na nsogbu anyị nwere na-achọkwanụ solution ka anyị na-ekwu etu anwa anyị na-eme increase na nọmba anyị na-akọnekt onwe anyị kọnekt gidezi etu a enwe ife a na-akpọ critical mass enwe nwezie ife a na-akpọ action group so anyị ka na-ebidokwa na-ebido nke a bụ the 4th episode ka anyị na-eme ife ahụ okwu wee dị etu a ị ga-amazi ka ọ ga-adị in the next 6 months maka na ebido bụ na ke nwere ife ame anyị ebidogo anyị ga na-ekwu na-aga every Saturday ka anyị na-eme ife a from 8 p.m. O wutere m na ikwugo okwu anọtela aka nnukwu maka onwe ndị na-ebe a mgbe ebido ana okwu etoka mana ife anyị ekwu karịrị akarị ya na ọ dị mkpa so next time anyị ga-atry nna yonu mgbaghara na anyị next time anyị ga-atry manage ka esi ekwu okwu a manage ọfụma ka ọ ghara ite aka nnukwu mana anyị na-anwekwanụ ka ọrụ anyị mana unu bụ ndị Igbo ndị otu anyị unu bata unu ghọtakwa na ndị ọzọ ga-ekwu okwu unu kwụsie ana onwe ndị na-ege ntị ana njọ ka ndị a nọrọkwa na wee gee ndị onye ọbụla ga-ekwu okwu so onye na-ekwu nke gị ịkọnsidakwa ndị ọzọ ga-ekwu ka ọ wee dịla anyị izu so ịchịkọtachi ọnụ ife ya ekwu in 5 minutes ịchọ ka ezikwue in 2 minutes ka onye ọbụla nwee ike ịnụ ife na-ekwu onye ọzọ ekwukwa ọ ife nsị ka m kwuo next week anyị ga-ediskọs akụ ruo ụlọ ọnya ma anyị disi ka anyị kwuo nke a today ka anyị wee take care of ife a na-akpọ reference point ife a na-akpọ reasons why ọ na-afịa anya idozi obodo anyị so ka anyị kwụsịgoro nke a now next week anyị ga-abịa ebe a kwuo maka akụ ruo ụlọ are we ready to invest n'ala Igbo ọ nke anyị na-abịa na ya now mana ka anyị werezie nwayọ wee chịkọnata okwu anụnwa ọ fọrọ mmadụ ịbụ ebe a Bros Ike and Chuka ikwubugo okwu before so nke ị ga-ekwu na ga-adị very short and Bros Ike inwe 3 minutes ọ bụ na inwe ike ime ya ka ọ dịkwu shorter fine ọ bụkwa na ị nwere ike ikwu ka ọra gị but just ji nwayọ chịkọnatazi ya ka anyị nwee ike na biko na anyị anọgo daalụ gaa n'iru
Okay, daalụ everybody konyechi azelo so okwu m ga-adị nkenke so I think a lot of our people our biggest problem bụ na so many of our people ama anything about our history. I'm not saying the history of the Igbo people, about the history of this country. For instance, someone said something about Zeke allowing Balewa to be the prime minister, that Zeke could have been the prime minister, that he had all the powers, that he was on his laps. That was a lie. And these are the kind of lies we keep telling our people. Because in the 1959 election, so I'm saying it here so that tomorrow somebody will not come here and basically misinform our people, tell us things that are lies, and we keep perpetuating the fallacy. 1959, the NPC, the Northern People's Party, Congress, had 134 votes. Then NCNC, both parties were 81 candidates that won elections. Then AG, which is the Yoruba party, were 73. So he had there NCNC and AG, you will now get about 154. As against the northern people were 134. So these people really won the election, the Northern People's Congress, But what happened was, Zeke now thought, okay, if I go to Awolowo and we form a coalition, we will have 154 as against these people 134. So we can now form the government. But they could not come to an agreement. So what happened? Zeke now went back to the Northerners and I told them, okay, let my 81 people join your 134 people so that we can form the government. So they accepted Zeke and they were magnanimous. They now said, okay, we will give you the president, we will take the prime minister. So Zeke basically didn't have the power. These people were the ones that won the elections in 1959. So when our people come here and they lie to us, and some of our people will run with it, and some of these people that say these things are educated. And some of the Northerners who know the truth, they are not even educated. But they are now wondering, these people say they are educated. So how come they don't know these basic things? And they are telling these lies to their people, and nobody is actually able to stand up and tell them what you're saying is not true. So when our people come out and they try to push this kind of untrue stories or fake news, somebody needs to correct them immediately. And another thing, but what somebody said, the last speaker, the person before him, he said something about our people basically being almost in control of everything happening in the country. Even when we didn't win elections, we still have the juicy posts. Some people will still come and give us those juicy posts. We came out from a civil war and we got a vice president. That's unprecedented. Then you look at even when some states were taken away from us, we are still producing governors in those states. Even in Rivers today, Onyenke not there. He speaks better Igbo than a lot of us here. Onyenke Puapo, nke no na Abuja na cause confusion everywhere na Rivers today. Nyawana suku Igbo very well, or an Igbo person. And what happened in Rivers State, Guna? The politics of Rivers State, Ijo and Igbos, before they created Bayelsa. So it was always between Igbo people and Ijo people. So it got to a point, they were having that friction. It was Ohaneze and Igbo that rose from a meeting and they went to the military government and now told them, we need a state for Ijo people. And they created a state for Ijo people. So literally, some of our people here, and they make this victim mentality. It is not going to help us. So we put everything that has happened to us, behind us, and then we look forward to things that could be the possibilities ahead of us. We can just imagine all the good things, because in this country, or this, if you want to call it a contraption, I prefer to call it country. A lot of our brothers who are in the IPOP disagree with us, But in Nanya, you see that literally everything Nemeba Anywa, they in control. The only thing I know about today, book president, because I know where the numbers, and then where any part of the country where the numbers. So at the point, each president, you do what P2B is now doing. You have to form coalition at some point. That was what Zeke understood. That was what Ekweme understood. That was what Ike Nwachukwu understood. Alice Madueke. Alice was number 2 at some point. Ike Nwachukwu was almost like one of the most powerful men in Nigeria. Then Emeko Merua them and everybody. So what is now going on? Can the buy I made this victim mentality. And another one
Bros,
before
Gabiko, Chikonatazi Okugo.
yeah, in chose you before I
In 30
basically
seconds.
Yeah. Only one word in the buying form. Fana we are intellectual or the wanjo. Any society that abhors education, that makes education look terrible, or the opama. So you now one nigga intellectual, and you're shaming him for being an intellectual, you are set for doom. So other people now embrace education. I am actually my fair. Network each will take over the world. You know, so Biko, the thing that can save us, bro, we open ourselves to learning, open ourselves to education, you know, and then look at our history, the mistakes we've made in the past, and see how we can correct them, and look forward to the future and the possibilities, you know, that can accrue from forming alliances, just like P2B is doing. Thank you.
Dalo. Chuka, Mwaganiru.
Okay, daalụ nwanne m nwoke Chuka, ekenekwa m ọnụ ndị Igbo dị ọma anyị na-akpa nkata. Ihe nji wenye aka ọzọ bụ na o nwere ihe anyị kwugasị si daba na ntị, you know. My apologies to ndị n'ebe a they go involved in politics who were born in one way or the other. Politics, you know. When they know even now more developed countries, when they don't have politics for personal gains, then when we're a special breed of people who come out to selflessly serve the people. You know, unfortunately in Nigeria, we're more of the other group in power, especially right now in our own enclave. You know, we're more of those people who are driven by greed and what they can gain from politics, and not what the generality of Ndebefa, you know. So I do not want us to go home with that mentality now. There's really nothing we can do now. We are now filled, our polity is filled up with people like Hope Uzodimma and Gudugudu of Enugu State and Sodido of Anambra State, who showed some hope when he was coming, and then all of a sudden the hope dissipated into thin air. You know, I actually strongly believe that anyway capacity to engage these people, that it's possible to get them to listen. I don't think we have been trying. Basically, don't think there were channels the buying are trying to use to encourage these people to listen, to pass what we think are important to these people, for them to start doing it for us. And this is why I'm actually coming back. Yes, anyway, we should have several prongs. It should be a several prong approach, multi-prong approach. You know, we should use soft power, even though somebody suggested that in using soft power now, we should kind of reduce some of the things they demolish, like somebody said about showing off. I the loud, I the, you know, energetic, and we show off a lot when we are successful. That's how success is celebrated. When you celebrate success, you make more success. We cannot tell our people to calm down their celebration of success, you know, in trying to please everybody else. But we should find ways to harness those special things anywhere, you know, that has helped us over the years. You know, meritocracy, and the rest of them, and package them into trying to get the people anywhere on ground who are holding our political positions, the political leaders anywhere, whoever they are, find a way to galvanize them into doing what we want, we will need from them, what we are yearning to get them to do.
Dalu, thank you so much for making this very brief. I respect that. Ago, I think you want to respond to what Bros Ike said. This will be the last, and Nelo will close and we'll go. So Ago, you have very short time to respond. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, 1 minute. I just wanted to come tinye ọnụ na ihe nwanne anyị nwoke kwuru gbasatara Azikiwe biko maka na mụnwa mgbe ụfọdụ ihe o kwuru ndị be anyị amachahụ history obodo anyị bụ Nigeria, and anyị bịa esoro na-ekwu ihe niile a na-ekwu maka Zik mgbe ụfọdụ ọ na-ewute n'obi because ị wụrụ onye mma history Nigeria and history ala Igbo, ghọta ihe nwoke ahụ mere ndị Igbo. To a large extent, the Civil War was a success of Zik's efforts. So I don't know if I express myself well, but the point is that the Civil War itself, the pogroms, the hatred about Igbo, because Azikiwe's leadership of the Igbo succeeded and yielded results, out of proportion to even impute, such that Nigerians had to basically, turn back with hatred. So, people what he did for the Igbo people. Look, before he showed up here, like it can be different, to just point about Sinazik Kweshirewo Prime Minister, but he left it. So what happened? About the British women. So how about our presidential guy remember how this parliamentary system. So if you remember the principle of federalism, no part of the federation should have preponderance over the others. That is a basic principle of democracy. But it didn't happen in Nigeria. So the North wanted more parliamentary seats. In fact, the North wanted more parliamentary seats than any other the other two regions. So that whatever.
That's not true. That's not true. That's another lie.
Please allow him to speak. You have spoken and he allowed you to speak. Please allow him to speak. Thank you.
I think we'll debate that. So the North Brand went more parliamentary seats, so that when whatever you did, it will be difficult for you to even with more seats than the North. So NCNC actually got more numbers in terms of absolute numbers in the election. I think they had even nearly 2 million or so more than the other parties, but they won less number of seats. So Zik the NCNC were much more, NPC were a much more bargaining position in terms of alliance. But that's also not the point. The other point was that the North had started from 1953 threatening to succeed. Right? And the unity of Nigeria was strategic to the survival of the Igbo people. That's what Igbos don't understand today, some people. That the unity of Nigeria was strategic to our economic survival, because we were basically latecomers in terms of contact with the outside. And in in several places. I know civil service in all parts of Nigeria, and they made business in all parts of Nigeria. So one of the reasons why, if NCNC and Action Group had aligned, it would have threatened the position of the North. So apart from the fact that MPC were winning more seats, but there was also the importance of not, it made the North feel threatened in Nigeria, and anything that will affect the unity of Nigeria. So that was one of the reasons he had to make that concession and deal. Of course, and then when you get into a coalition with Onyekagi in more bargaining position because of more seats, you couldn't get determined I will be prime minister or not. So my brother, I would like to get your position where you said there were not more seats in the North.
Dalum. So I got a position look close okay well my mechie oga go nuku ngadelo Ganiru.
All right, thank you, Chuka. It's unfortunate now I can't drop go, because all we were trying to say is let's, as in manner of, Etis Agwa Madoku is very important. Nobody one year here, so all those nzonzo, And Uncle Vin, one thing, imagine when you're pointing at other people, 4 hands are pointing back at you. So you say, Nibo, this, but remember, you are also Oyibo. So the whole thing, we are all in this together. So I just wanted to put that. Honestly, even Chobwekubu Makazik, but my learned people have already, spoken on it. So I will just let it go. But one thing I will say is that this Nigeria, Kaiwa Bundi Igbo, we just like AA said, we have to. There's no single tribe in this country that can do it on their own. So alliances will have to be formed because some people they have so much words for Zeke. He's this, he's that, but the guy had to Egwu ọbụla nwere ka esi agba ya, so you have to study where you are and igba egwu a ka esi as in ka esi akụ ya there. The same thing PO na-eme kịta, some people can say, oh, no matter what you do, but you have to play the game. So we will need to check ourselves, and I know this Nigeria, when buying Aga, so we have to study that game, get in the ring and play it as it should be played. That's all I want to say, and I hope that everybody, brain, talk to yourself and understand what we mean. You just pour it. Wow, you have to use your brain. Yeah. On that note, thank you all for another brilliant conversation. I thoroughly learned a lot. Thank you to everyone who came up. I know that couldn't come up today. We apologize. Oh God, you guys won't believe that this space is supposed to be 8 to 10. Chuka.
Ọ ka o si adị ma okwu a na-ekwu dị very 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 important. Ọ ka o si adị ife anyị na-ebukwa interest onye ọbụla chọọ ka ife wee gaa ọfụma, anyị ga-eme nke anyị ga-emenwu, then echi anyị continue kwa merụkwa bido ebe anyị kwụsị wee gabakwa. Like I said before, we do this every Saturday from 8 p.m. This is the MONI show maka ọdịmma ndị Igbo, and hopefully one day this conversation will spread beyond Twitter, Facebook, YouTube to other places that people can hear us, so that we can educate our people, create real awareness about good governance, about how to develop a society. And also one of the collective Igbo community, the prosperous, the very solution oriented. Like what we used to have before. And all game banye into groups and all that. So alunina na to ebe anụnwa aga maka ga esiwe wele ya tinye n'ọlụ. But malụkwa na ka na atụ alụ isokwa n'ọlụ ahụ na alụ. So anything you feel that you can initiate, you can bring it up, initiate it. We'll see how we can back you up from the media perspective where gaba. Because if I need an ebe anụnwa bụ ndị chọrọ ka ife na-aga n'iru, but anyị ma ga-eme ya. Ọ bụrụ the platform ga-eme ya, ọ ndị na-ekwu okwu ga-eme ya. So malụ na you're part of the development. Any suggestions in well to give us, our email in our bio. You can send us an email. You can also send us a message in our DM. That so much. It's
the MONI Show.